Welcome to NCAA Baseball Regionals, sponsored by Capital One. And the expectation this rabid fan base has is championships. Mississippi State has poured through the competition so far, and for the first time in 5 years, they are sprinting towards a regional championship in Starkville. But now, it's a team that the Dogs haven't faced yet. The Cajuns, they've been raging the last couple of games, taking down Cincinnati just a couple of hours ago. Back and forth game. Donovan LaSalle hits 2 homers. Matt Deggs, he's been begging for the long ball, and he's feeling it. Freshman Blaze Rodriguez, he was a demon in the infield. Couple of big plays late in the game, and the bullpen was huge. Tyler Pappenbrock nails out of the pen. Louisiana on to its second regional final in the last 3 years. But they've already lost once. It's double elimination. Mississippi State 1 win away from Supers. Louisiana has to win twice. And it is so great to have you with us. Jack Kaiser alongside Jack DeLongshot. Regional finals are the baseline expectation in Starkville. But the way that Mississippi State's been playing, Jack, it looks like Omaha's a very real possibility.
Well, not so fast. Louisiana has been so resilient over the last 6 weeks of the year, but I'll tell you what, Mississippi State, I'm not sure if it's the barbecue or if I'm smelling a dog pile this evening, because this pitching has been spectacular for Brian O'Connor and company.
Especially the starting pitching. It has gotten them to this driver's seat point. Duke Stone, game 1 against Lipscomb, 10-1 win. He strikes out 10. He deals a shutout, 6 innings strong. Nobody could hit his off speed. And then Tomas Valinkis, mid-90s heat, nasty slider. He was crushing against a Cincinnati lineup that showed some power earlier in regionals. Rightful tip of the cap to a raucous crowd at the Dude. And now it's to the former Friday night starter, Ryan McPherson, injured, missed several weeks. He is back. Everything has been building to this point for McPherson coming back from injury.
The return. This guy makes them a national title contender without question. With the rise of Tomas Valinkis, if McPherson can be McPherson, this team, this pitching, gets deeper than most teams would enjoy.
A scary prospect with those three, if McPherson's dealing, on the mound over a weekend. Mississippi State looking for its first super regional in 5 years. Louisiana keeps finding a way in these elimination games, looking to force a Game 7 tomorrow. They gotta beat Mississippi State tonight. The Dogs, 1 win away from Super Regionals. First pitch coming up from Stark Vegas. first 2 games, beating Lipscomb and Cincinnati. They have left a decent amount of guys on base, but Brian O'Connor loves the maturity of this team and the way they've not panicked, even despite the men left on base. And they're facing Sawyer Pruitt, a freshman. Talk about an environment to walk into. Sawyer Pruitt, he's a stud, but this is a different animal tonight.
He's a big-time recruit coming out of high school, but making look at those numbers. Just his 5th start of the year, 10th appearance on the season. He's a youngster, a young buck. At 6'7", 240, you can't teach that. For Sawyer Pruitt tonight, a fastball, curveball, slider, changeup mix, a heater that'll sit 89 to 91. Command is everything for the youngster. In and out of the zone, but gotta throw a lot of strikes.
Just under a 24-hour wait for Mississippi State. Louisiana played 2 hours ago. And the first pitch is upstairs to Garrick Fry, leading off for the Bulldogs. 3 for 10, 3 RBI this regional. Went 2 for 6 against Cincinnati last night in a 10-5 win. And he watches strike 1 coming at 89 miles an hour from the freshman Sawyer Pruitt. And just misses low. Darren Hyman calling balls and strikes. Travis Godek at first. Matt Cain second. Chris Gonzalez third base today. Sunshine and shadows splitting the field in half right now. Late evening in Starkville. Strike 2. The velo's not going to be crazy, Jack, but that curveball is pretty special.
That's his go-to pitch. It's a true 12-6 breaking ball.
There it is. Garrick Fry launching right center. It's gone. Double check to make sure. The second straight night with a first inning home run for Mississippi State.
His 11th home run of the season. Stoic, still not smiling. A scouting report immediately delivered to Ace Reese and company. Garrick Fry, the savvy vet, the transfer in from North Alabama.
First pitch in there to Ace Reese. Second home run this regional for Garrick Fry. And the home run yesterday in the first inning from this guy. Waving through 0-2.
I tell you, that breaking ball we had discussed, it is his go-to pitch. Really mostly against righties. The put-away pitch against lefties was the changeup we just saw to move to 0-2. Rookie mistake. Now how does he get back into the fight?
The old adage, solo home runs won't beat you. Now, depending on how McPherson pitches for Mississippi State tonight, that might be the case. Important for the freshman to respond here. 2 balls and 2 strikes on the projected first rounder, Ace Reese.
That was the changeup at the top of the zone. He only throws that pitch 7% of the time, but it's a hefty dosage against left-handed hitters, and tonight he's going to face some of the most talented lefties in the country.
That's on the edge for strike 3. Ace Reese doesn't like it. Couple of words for Darren Hyman, and here's a look back at the homer.
High leg kick, but it gets down early where if he's sitting fastball up, because everything still stays back, they fly through the zone. And he clears the wall, and even he, not sure if it leaves the yard. Finally, a smile as he gets to third base. What a moment. Garrick Fry.
The most stoic guy on the team finally lets it out a little bit. On the other hand, Noah Sullivan brings some fire and a killer mustache. High and tight.
It really is a phenomenal stash. We've seen makeshift ones all across the stadium. I'm going to ask him for some advice on how I can grow a bad boy like that.
That's inside, so he's got the handlebar. Ty Roman for Louisiana has a killer chevron mustache.
Hat, check. Shades, check. Stash on a stick, check.
The essentials for all the kids at the Dude. Hard grounder, fair down the line. Amade backing up, long throw. What a play. Lee Amade's played first base most of the season. Made that look pretty smooth down the line.
This has got double written it all over it. Short hop, back foot. His feet are in shallow left field. Short hop, long hop, picked up on the other side. Lee Amade, heck of a play for out number 2. This is defensively across the board one of the very best in college baseball. Number 1 in fielding percentage in the Sun Belt this year.
The left side of the infield with that from Amade and the 2 plays Blaze Rodriguez made earlier against Cincinnati. Special stuff. Jacob Parker at the dish. He sends it high to right center field. Is this a second homer? You bet! 2 in the first inning for the Dogs.
Hey, how'd that scouting report work out for you, Jacob Parker? It's the same pitch that Garrick Fry just left the yard with. The numbers, the splits. Lefties have hit Sawyer Pruitt just a wee bit better than righties in the 2. Fry and Parker get breaking balls out over the heart of the plate, know exactly what to do with it.
Vitas Valencius now behind 0-2 with 2 gone. How about the tarps off the right field berm already? Top of the first inning.
Now, the sun is setting, but it's still close to 90 degrees. I'm not sure if that's out of necessity or sheer excitement.
Maybe both. Right side of the infield open, and Valencius, a strong take. They've left a lot on base, Mississippi State has, early in games against Lipscomb and Cincinnati. A couple of solo homers to get off to a faster start offensively tonight. And Valencius chases the breaking ball. But 2 solo homers from Garrick Fry and Jacob Parker.
So nice, had to see it twice. Garrick Fry gets a breaking ball. Yahtzee! Leadoff homer for Mississippi State, but watch the message. Hey, Park, you get a spinner, you know what to do with it. Jacob Parker, 0-0, breaking ball. How about the teammates? Feeling the love is the Dude.
Ryan McPherson moments ago getting a round of applause in the crowd as he strolls out of the bullpen, getting ready to start in his first home regional. Former Friday night starter, dealing with injury this year. Special stuff for this sophomore. He missed 7 weeks with a forearm strain from late March to early May. The entire plan in this return has been building towards a regional start.
He was their most used pitcher a season ago, making 20 appearances. It was just 2 starts this year. When he arrived back on campus, Coach O'Connor goes, "Oh, okay, that's our horse." And just limited appearances, making now his 9th start of the year. You see the numbers. It's just filthy. It's a fastball that'll sit 94, 96. He's got the ability to touch 98, though.
And facing a scrappy Louisiana lineup that has some pop in the middle with Donovan LaSalle. He hit a ball almost 450 feet to straightaway center earlier today, one of his 2 home runs, sparking Louisiana to an 8-6 win over a good Cincinnati team. Now Louisiana's got to beat Mississippi State tonight and win tomorrow to take the Starkville Regional, and they're already behind 2-zip after 2 solo homers in the top half of the inning. Blaze Rodriguez watches 96 for a ball. Between the defense and the bat over the last couple of games, Blaze Rodriguez has been fantastic in this regional.
A lot to smile about. I mean, heck, it's the best time of the year. You see a uniform look like this, bottom 1. No time to wash, just time to get back in the box, keep making stellar plays. This has a chance to be a real star in our sport.
Showing and takes. We've seen 96 and 97 so far from McPherson. Quick shake. Goes back to the heat, and it's outside. You said it right away, Jack. If McPherson is strong tonight, that gives Mississippi State hope that they can go to Omaha and win the whole thing. As Rodriguez grounds at the shortstop. Ryder Woodson, the NC State transfer, and Reed Stallman has done it again. The best defender for any team in this regional.
Is it a rule that we have to see some stellar Reed Stallman play in the first all 3 games of the regional? This is just 6-3. Not so routine, though. Pick it like a booger. I see you, Reed Stallman. The stretch, the vacuum, all of it so good. He, to me, the stars have shined. Like Parker and Reese have had their moments. To me, this guy has been so valuable both sides of the plate. He lengthens their offense, but defensively, man, he's been the catalyst that's really helped. A couple errant fry throws. Now Woodson and Reese. Stud is Stallman.
Brian O'Connor thinks he's one of the best defensive first basemen in the country. That really wasn't a conversation until this regional, when he's made so many big plays, especially last night in the 9th inning, helping save a late rally from Cincinnati. They got a little bit dicey. McPherson's been nibbling around the edges so far. 3-0 on Mark Collins. To get back to what we were talking about, if McPherson is right, that changes the complexion of the entire pitching staff.
McPherson, more like McPherme. This pitching rotation becomes lethal. He's a guy that you can hand the ball to in Omaha and go, we got a dang good chance to win the game.
This is launched high in the air. Just shy of the track, though. And it's caught by Valencius. He had to wait forever for it. That's a major league fly ball from Mark Collins.
You've been hanging out with us all weekend. We say thank you. And you are also thinking what we were. That's long gone. Mark Collins has had a phenomenal Starkville Regional. Just a sophomore. The 1A player of the year in the state of Louisiana. Matt Degg said under-recruited. But he's a guy that can change the face of this game with one swing.
RBI this past game. 4 RBI 2 games ago against Lipscomb. 2 out, nobody on for Lee Amadei. Coming into the regional, he was the hottest bat for the Ragin' Cajuns. Colt Brown has taken that title now, maybe Blaze Rodriguez too. 97 from McPherson upstairs. Already seen Amadei make an excellent play at third base. And kind of the veteran anchor of this lineup that is filled with youngsters. 1-2.
It's a veteran approach. Swing decision scores through the roof. Never swings out of the zone, but that, a lethal breaking ball that he waves right over.
If you were wondering about the velocity for McPherson, he's answered the question right away. What's the 2-2 pitch? Couple of shakes. Third sign he likes. Ooh.
Hey, you think he's feeling the heater? He shook twice to get to that pitch. One and in on the hands of Lee Amadei, who's a phenomenal fastball hitter. Amadei to the tune of 321 this year against the heater, but the ball is jumping out of the hand of McPherson right now.
Fastball again. Does he have the confidence in the curve here?
I don't think he needs it. Lefties this season in just his 8 starts, just hitting a .151. I think he's trying to make a statement that one time through the lineup, I only need this pitch.
He's shaken off multiple times this inning. And he keeps going to the fastball.
I think they wanted the breaking ball. To your point, I think right now you're watching a youngster who's the number 24 pitcher going into this season, feeling confidence and maybe feeling the dude behind him. Pitching with a 2-run lead, sure, but this fastball's feeling frisky.
Hasn't been able to get it by Amadei, though. Changeup got him. 89 fluttering away. First strikeout for McPherson. 1-2-3. Mississippi State out to a strong start. 1 win away from Super Regionals. Got to go through a pesky Louisiana team, though. Young team, on paper, you're thinking, okay, maybe it's not their year. But they rally in the back half of the season. They were 12th in their conference April 20th, just over a month ago. A bunch of big late wins over Coastal Carolina. They play 7 games in 6 days in the Sun Belt Tournament. It was a tough one to Southern Miss, but they make regionals, and they are on to their 2nd regional final in the last 3 years.
On April 20th, the difference between 12th place and 3rd place, a game and a half. They had to win those last 4 series just to get into their conference tournament. Nevertheless, the NCAA postseason.
Shows how good the Sun Belt was this year. and how consistent this Louisiana program has been now in its 20th appearance in the NCAA tournament. Matt Deggs has had a lot to do with that in the recent success. Waving through Reed Stallman against Sawyer Pruitt on the mound, the freshman. Trying to bounce back after giving up 2 solo homers in the first.
And a big shift here. What's the adjustment now? The lefties have given Pruitt some problems, so they go big shift. That's Amade now playing second. Drew Markle in shallow right center field. They move those guys constantly, inning to inning, really.
Stallman strikes out. Second straight strikeout for Sawyer Pruitt.
And that'll be the answer moving forward. We told you, you get to this point in the weekend, he's made 24 appearances. They've used him primarily as a midweek guy, but never an environment like this. Love the on-fly adjustment. He goes breaking ball to lefties. They go big fly, big fly. A nasty changeup to get a hot Reed Stallman out. Nice put-away pitch.
And Ryder Woodson takes a strike. Tough night yesterday. 3 strikeouts, 1 for 5 at the plate against Cincinnati. But overall, a very strong sophomore season, playing in beautiful Starkville after transferring in from NC State. That goes foul.
There's a country song about sunsets, cowbells, and baseball, right? Somewhere out there.
You would imagine someone around here has written something like that.
Surely. Come on.
Look, we've lucked out with the weather this week. We really have. When it gets this hot and humid, you never know. There's a little bit of rain the first day, but very fortunate.
She knew. Mother Nature knew. She knew not to mess with Duty Noble.
Woodson foul. Don't want to jinx anything. I'm just talking about so far the weather has been very nice. It really is a beautiful night. Some clouds off in the distance, but you saw the sunset. Great night for a ball game. Rain or shine, these fans are coming out. Foul again, left side. Ryder Woodson has picked his side of the field.
Right now, you know, the curveball is Sawyer Pruitt's favorite off-speed pitch. Right now, he's just not getting that bite. It's almost a cement mixer where you're seeing it pop out the hands. He's not getting that true vertical break. And even righties, we talked about the lefty success. Woodson way early, but finding nice barrels.
Foul right side this time. Now, Pruitt did pitch earlier this regional against Lipscomb, because that was yesterday. Been a long weekend. 29 pitches for him, 2 1/3 scoreless. It's his second straight day on the mound. Fatigue will be interesting to follow. Fastball is low.
You mentioned his experience. You know, all these guys come into college as starters for their high schools and travel programs, but an adjustment for him, you can see he's actually side straddling, where it almost looks like he's going for the stretch. And for relievers, that's a huge help, because a lot of times you are coming in with situations with runner on base. And I think it's allowed him to stay within himself when he goes from the full windup. And a bigger guy, longer levers, being on time for him is everything.
Trying to find his comfort zone out there. 9th pitch of the at-bat here. And Woodson will make it a 10th. Fans appreciate the battle.
Double-digit pitches. Something we'll talk about as well. Pruitt, a freshman. Brown, a freshman behind the plate. If you're watching Louisiana for the first time this year, Matt Deggs, consummate professional, said Colt Brown, his freshman catcher, gives a little Buster Posey. You're going to see him very verbal. A lot of motions.
Sets up outside here. Woodson goes the opposite way. Tremendous tail and carry. How about 3 homers to start the game? Derby's broken out in Starkville. Molewski hit, and he will head to first. Looked like it got him on the hand, and the catcher from Mississippi State in pain.
He saw every pitch in the arsenal. Ryder Woodson gets a heater away, and look how connected. He gets in slot, stays on plane, and the right field center gap is in big trouble apparently this evening. Oh, heads up. The Cabana finds another souvenir. A heck of a fight, but Ryder Woodson deposits another homer.
And that gets Molewski right on that wrist hand area. He's looking at it still down at first. And a meeting on the mound right now for the Ragin' Cajuns with pitching coach Taylor Sandifer in his first season out there. We saw a lot of positive reinforcement from him last game in Louisiana's win over Cincinnati earlier today. You would imagine it's more of the same here for his freshman.
Conversations with Coach Sandifer and on this staff and how they've been able to piece it together and become one of the better mid-major rotations we've seen across the country. His positivity, to your point, he understands that, yes, the game important, but who they are as human beings, far more important. And I think that almost positive reinforcement has been wildly beneficial for these guys, but right now, looking to find some answers against this terrifying offense.
Can you tell that they broke the program record for home runs this year?
The tradition in this place, this is the team to do it in Oak's first season? Yeah, I can tell.
Bryce Chance at the bottom, watches it go by. Freshman Colt Brown back to retrieve. And Molewski in scoring position after getting hit by a pitch. Already bullpen activity for Louisiana. We mentioned the Chevron stash of Ty Roman, who started yesterday and is loosening.
It's that time of year. All hands on deck. Ty Roman, a JUCO bandit, want another shot.
3 balls, no strikes, and a tough beginning for Sawyer Pruitt. He's got 3 strikeouts, but he's given up 3 home runs. That almost hit Bryce Chance. Ball 4 to make it first and second with 1 out.
You know, in the HBP to Molewski, a lot of those misses are arm side right now. We talk about timing. With the front side, that glove is anchoring everything for him, and it's starting to fly open a little bit as he begins to press.
He pitched yesterday. This entire staff has honestly been stretched really thin. When you think of the amount of games that they've played going back to the Sun Belt Tournament, 7 games in 6 days. They've played more games than anybody in college baseball this year. A tall task facing this lineup, well rested, with that much tax on your pitching staff.
7 baseball games last week. They traveled an hour and a half away from the tournament host site.
Mississippi State played 2. 2.
McPherson had a trial start in this building because they didn't continue in the SEC tournament.
And they got to go to the pen right now. It is win or go home, already down, facing a big hole in the second. That'll do it for Sawyer Pruitt. On to Ty Roman. Mississippi State on a collision course with Georgia for Super Regionals. Trey Phelps earlier against Liberty with a home run in the 6th inning. And a little bit of taunting going on around the bases, enjoying himself. One motion to the first baseman, and he gets tossed. Then his head coach, Wes Johnson, gets tossed. Major implications for Super Regionals now.
Both Coach Johnson and Trey Phelps looking at a 1-game suspension. A Bulldog collision course. Trey Phelps, their captain, their leader, so versatile defensively. And
if Mississippi State wins tonight against Louisiana, they will face Georgia in Supers without the superstar and the head coach for a game. Ty Roman in after throwing 67 pitches yesterday. First pitch, one hop. Rodriguez, turn Markle, 4-2. How about that? Stymieing some of the momentum for Mississippi State. They still get a solo homer from Ryder Woodson. 3-zip Dogs.
Pitcher's best friend, especially if you threw 67 pitches yesterday. What's your favorite golf brand, Ty Roman? TaylorMade, 6-4-3 against the dude who led the game off with a home run. This just a simple 2-seam fastball from the Sanjak Junior College bandit, Ty Roman. Limits the damage. They give up the homer that inning, but that's a big-time play for Louisiana.
They were down 2-0 to start their game earlier today against Cincinnati. Came back to win 8-6. Just trying to hang in there with Mississippi State, put some game pressure on them. Heart of the order up now, 4, 5, and 6, starting with Colt Brown, the star freshman catcher. And Ryan McPherson continues to go to his fastball time and again. He loved that pitch for himself. He was shaking off to it all first inning. There's the breaking ball that misses upstairs. McPherson's thrown 78 total pitches since coming back from injury over a couple of appearances. Brown pops this one up. Infield was slightly shifted. Maluski chucks the mask. He'll leave it for the first baseman, Stallman. So McPherson, Friday night starter to begin the season. Missed 7 weeks with a forearm strain. Starting in late March, he comes back against Auburn. Had an ankle injury there. There was 2 1/3 against Texas A&M. That's the last time he pitched. They were hoping to throw him in the SEC tournament. Didn't work out that way. But he did throw a simulated game this past weekend, and by all accounts, he was super sharp.
Anyone want to take a guess what he's majoring in? Kinesiology. This guy's rehab process to get back on the mound, the forearm, then the ankle, a real dagger for him, for a kid who works his tail off and quite literally studies the science of the body. But last week, unable to pitch in Hoover, fine.
Jams Drew Marco here. Pop up to second, and Garrick Fry. 5 up, 5 down. Donovan LaSalle coming to the plate earlier today. Hit a couple of major homers to center.
446, 404, almost identical swings on breaking balls away. This kid was a 19th rounder out of high school, started his career at Oklahoma State. This, his first year back in the state of Louisiana, the Lake Charles native. Finding the best version of himself in postseason play.
Amazing career at Barb High School, goes to Oklahoma State, doesn't work out there. Found his home in Louisiana. His job is to bring home runs. 13 homers on the year now. High strikeout rate, batting average a little bit low, but he serves his role well in the middle of the order. Nobody on for him though. And it's 2-1. First time Louisiana's facing Mississippi State this regional. This is sky high. Not nighttime yet. Light slowly coming on, and no issues in center field for the veteran Bryce Chance. 6 up, 6 down for Ryan McPherson, starting his first home regional.
The real fun just getting started.
Run straight for the breakaway.
The celebration is on.
Slowly making our way towards Omaha. Moving towards the end of regional weekend. 1 win for Mississippi State. They're on to supers. Ace Reese plunked to start the inning by Ty Roman on the mound. 3 solo homers for Mississippi State so far. Ace Reese struck out looking his last time up, and a positive start for the Dogs in inning 3. Interesting start for Ty Roman out of the pen. 1 pitch, double play. The next, he hits a guy. Sawyer Pruitt didn't last very long, giving up the 3 bombs and struggling with his control. First pitch strike to Noah Sullivan, batting 3rd tonight for Mississippi State. That gets away from Brown for the 2nd time tonight. and Reese into scoring position.
Takes another precarious hop on Colt Brown, who's not only caught every inning of this regional, but you're talking about a freshman who's making his 64th start of the season. He has been so reliable behind the dish, and I think both pass balls tonight have caught the back lip of the plate and have taken a weird bounce where he's unable to funnel the baseball back towards the plate.
Fouled away by Sullivan, 1-2. A conversation we've had about Ryder Woodson in his sophomore year, first year playing consistently, is how you hit a wall at some point your first year playing this many games at the college level. 1-2 from Roman, runs away. So that's true for Colt Brown to a certain extent, you would think, right? He hasn't been the case down the stretch. He's only gotten better and better as a freshman with this big of a workload behind the plate.
Think about the weight training piece too. Like, he's kept all this weight on. All of his power has been in the second half of this season.
Hammered foul by Sullivan. Started all but 2 games behind the dish, Colt Brown. And you said a power late. 5 of his 6 home runs have come in the last month.
What you can't teach, though, is watch how audible and really emphatic he is in coaching up pitchers on the mound. Like, he's a true leader behind the plate as well.
Foul from Sullivan. They're going to need his leadership with the way things have gone to start this game.
It's not easy, right? Like, you're telling a kid 3 to 4, sometimes 5 years older than you, what you're seeing behind the dish. So he's really earned this staff's respect quickly.
Sullivan is fighting against Roman. Yeah, you observed that in the clubhouses you were in. Charleston Southern and George Mason, Jack Kaiser, Jack DeLongchamp. It's not easy for a freshman to come in and assert yourself right away. But Colt Brown has the talent and the personality to do it. Nice block there.
It's a great point. It's always lovely when your stars are your leaders.
Yeah.
Sometimes your innate leaders, it's just in who they are, their DNA. A massive storyline that we haven't touched on yet tonight. Jose Torres, he's a fan favorite in the community. A senior catcher who tore his ACL the week before the season started has really helped in the mentorship of Colt Brown as well.
Breaking ball, got him swinging. That was filthy from Ty Roman.
Check out the slider, but look, he's their biggest cheerleader behind the dish. The intent of, hey, let this one go, presents a big target behind the plate, and Ty Roman delivers a nasty slider on the back hip of Sullivan.
It's those little fist pumps, the little motions that he makes. Just seems so connected with his pitcher. And a fastball for a strike to start Jacob Parker, who homered off Sawyer Pruitt in the first inning. The second home run for Jacob Parker in his first regional.
That's a really nice take from Parker. If there was a blemish, if any, on Parker's season, hitting .315 this year, only .213 against left-handed pitchers. It has been a bit of a bugaboo for him.
Two balls and a strike. That's going to be a first-round pick. That guy right there, Ace Reese. Jacob Parker could be another one by the time he's done at Mississippi State. Highly recruited freshman.
What's the sequence tell you? For me, Jacob Parker hitting .348 on fastball this year. It was a breaking ball that he left the yard with in that first at-bat. His pitch recognition warrants a 2-1 heater.
Walked him. Hit by pitch and a walk to make it first and second.
Really nice at-bat. It's 4 straight balls, And I know two of them aren't really close, but at the beginning of the season, that's when Jacob Parker swings out of the zone, trying to be the guy to drive in a run. Instead, he ain't a freshman no more, right? We're nearing June. He's a vet at this point.
That's the requirement for teams with young stars that have success in the postseason. Vitas Valencius waving through first pitch. Got to play with his brother last night, Tomas. Got the start of the mound, 7 1/3 strong for Mississippi State. Maybe another first-round pick. Just a sophomore. Vitas, the older brother, now in his graduate season. Ground ball, Rodriguez flipping, Markle turning, and the pick. Well done by LaSalle. Couple of double plays for this Louisiana defense to help out their pitchers. Still 3-0 Dogs. All right, double play to end the last inning off the bat of Vitas Valencius. Couple of double plays for Louisiana to help out the pitchers. Tomas watching his brother. And doesn't like it very much.
No lip readers at home.
Yeah.
Vito said he got nervous when Tico threw and vice versa.
Now, assuming Mississippi State wins, right? They can joke about that after the game. Maybe a little brotherly poke. Remember that double play you grounded into, man? No, they're rooting for the best for each other all the time. Now, when it comes to facing each other like in fall scrimmages, then they really go at it.
Different story.
How good was he last night?
You don't see underclassmen, the stuff so good, but so polished, and the pedigree in his post game. I love how vulnerable he got. Told media last night, how cool is that? I got to pitch in front of this crowd with my brother playing behind me. It was really special for me and my family, and for both of these guys. Fourth destination for Vitas. For his baseball journey to take him to the cathedral of college baseball, that is duty noble. This is why these fans get it. They understand kind of what's at stake.
Maddox Mandino swings through the second strikeout for McPherson. 7 up, 7 down so far. But to wrap up that thought on Tomas last night, he said it's literally the most unreal thing I've ever seen in my life. The coolest experience, walking out of the bullpen. Crowd stands up, gives him an ovation before he's thrown a pitch.
It was a UFC-style walk-up.
It was.
The boombox on the shoulders, entire staff behind him, because they're not staying in the pen. They knew it was going to be 7 innings of work.
Hard on the ground to Garrett Fry. 2 outs. Josh Lim sat down.
At the hardest contact of the night, though, a freshman from Baton Rouge. Great barrel, 101 off the bat from Josh Lynn. But McPherson, he's in a rhythm right now. And he's holding velo, which should be a really awesome sight. I don't know what cool adjective to come up with other than awesome, because when you look at this crowd, they're hanging on every pitch. And I do say this seriously. If he's right, McPherson, they do become a national contender to win a title.
Because then you have your Friday night starter to begin the season in rhythm. Tomas Valinkis has become the ace over the course of the year. And the way Duke Stone threw on Friday, and he slides back to Sunday, 3 top-level guys all weekend.
And some will say Duke Stone against the 4 seed, sure, career outing. I'm telling you, he had all 4 pitches for a strike. He hasn't thrown a breaking ball that well since his SEC pitcher of the week against South Carolina back in April. He looked really good.
Fastball is crushed left field. How about that for a wake-up for Louisiana? Noah Lewis out to left. First run on the board for the Cajuns. Bottom of the order. First man to reach. Now a 2-run game.
He's just a freshman. 95 on the way in, a hundo on the way out. Noah Lewis knew he got it. What a swing to clear the hands. A shout out to the left field lounge. This class is different. Nat Deggs, they went out and recruited the state hard. Noah Lewis is one of 19 members from the state of Louisiana to stay home. What a swing.
And right up the middle of the field, got Lewis, this guy at the plate, Blaze Rodriguez at short. Lewis is in center, and then Colt Brown behind the plate. One of the more underrated freshman cores in all of college baseball.
I know it's still early, but it was 8 up, 8 down. McPherson's cruising. Got a message that send to Louisiana, like, all right, second time through the lineup adjustment, what y'all got? Well, Noah Lewis has got a little something for you.
Rodriguez, top of 96, it's foul. Three balls, 2 strikes. We saw McPherson go to a changeup on 3-2 after plenty of fastballs getting fouled off in the first inning. Went heat again, and it's foul again. Pitch 44 for McPherson. And Rodriguez will force him to throw a 45th this inning.
It's such a good at-bat for a number of reasons. This, the 8th pitch incoming. He's just fighting to stay alive. Talked about the defensive prowess, but offensively he's had one heck of a regional. And right now he's seeing heater and spin pretty well.
This is tailing down the line towards the corner, just past the outstretched glove of Jacob Parker. And Rodriguez will stop at second. 2-out double to follow the home run from Lewis.
I'm in. This 96 the other way. This is 2 balls off the plate. He keeps the bat on the shoulder. It's ball 4. The plate coverage, the confidence. Yeah, hit your little celly, Blaze Rodriguez. Great piece of hitting for his 10th double of the year.
And his 7th hit of the regional. Art Collins up, tying run at the plate. Oh, that got away, and now Rodriguez is going to third. McPherson didn't look human through 8 all of a sudden.
And he's just trying to reset the pitch clock. He's just trying to play a little bit of catch. And sometimes for those pitchers that are so used to letting it eat at 96, 97, those in-betweeners can kind of get away from you. A rare defensive miscue from Mississippi State.
Now, McPherson did have a defensive miscue go back to last year in regionals when he pitched against Florida State. Messy 8th inning, made a throwing error on a bunt. Multiple singles and free passes followed after that. We'll see if there's more resilience in his sophomore year. 2 outs. Oh, and that's stuffed by Maluski.
Great block. This is where Maluski, the homer yesterday, they don't care what he hits. 217, a $117. A play that won't show up on the box score. Breaking ball down, the trust in the pitcher to be able to trust his backstop. Way to keep it in front.
Hitters count for Mark Collins, one of the most dangerous bats for Louisiana this weekend.
Jack, I got something for you. Stylistically, we've talked about Louisiana and learning to manufacture runs in a unique way. A lot of bunt, a lot of steal. Matt Deggs in this offense, very intentional in who they are. You mentioned the error. Shout out to you in the homework last year with an error in that regional. Now an error on just a simple back pick, just trying to play catch with Garrett Fry. Do we see Louisiana maybe test not the arm, but maybe the mentals in between the ears of Ryan McPherson and maybe show bunt a bit more this second time through the lineup?
Would not doubt it. I mean, you've got a guy who's just trying to gather himself after an injury. This is the biggest start of his career. Everything's great, but this is the first adversity he's faced. I don't know if it's going to happen here with Collins or Amade in the 3rd inning, but I think second time through, that's a great point. Could see him tested in the field. At least worth a shot with one guy.
Yeah, and you can game sim it all you want a week ago, but it's tough to replicate these fans in their chairs and the pressure of wanting to go back to a super for the first time since 21. He's coming off the ankle, coming off the form. You can't necessarily practice that in a bullpen.
Collins got jammed, right side foul. The feeling going into the 4th inning will be vastly different for McPherson if he's able to get out of it, allowing just the solo homer. Most pitches he's thrown, with 48 right now, in over 2 months. That's when he got injured facing Vanderbilt. 7 weeks with a forearm strain. Limited action starting the first week of May. 2-2.
It was an inning and a third against Auburn on May 9th. It was just 2 1/3 against A&M May 16th. Now he's going to have to make some second time through the lineup adjustments.
Collins waves through it. Off speed again.
A freshman. It was 8 up and 8 down, yet Noah Lewis turns and burns on a heater. When we return, Brian O'Connor to break down what does he see from Ryan McPherson.
Welcome back to the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. In Starkville, regional final, Mississippi State leading 3-1, one win away from Super Regionals, and we're joined by the head coach for Mississippi State, Ryan O'Connor. Coach, Ryan McPherson starting his first home regional. What have you seen from him so far?
Well, I think he looks good. Obviously, their 9-hole hitter got on a fastball there, but he did a nice job of managing that the end of that inning right there. And hopefully he settles in a little bit, continues to pound the strike zone.
Coach Garrett Fry sets the tone with a leadoff homer. You said it at practice earlier this week. So stoic. What has he meant to y'all's ball club this year?
Well, he's just a baseball player. He's a hard-nosed, gritty guy that plays the game the right way and is going to give you everything he's got every night.
Coach, thank you.
Thank you.
Swinging first pitch. Stallman, Lewis, stumbling. He doesn't see it. Diving and can't make the catch. Hop over the wall, gonna be a ground rule double. Stallman heads back 90 feet. So Lewis, after hitting the home run, loses it in the sky. And it's second base with nobody out.
Jack, I'll tell you, as a former outfielder, man, this time of the night is almost scarier than when the sun is directly in your eyes. There's a way to combat it. Gloves, hat, I'm gonna shield myself, but this twilight time of the night, where it's not completely dark, the sun's still setting, that ball gets above the lights, and as an outfielder, you're just in no man's land for just a bit of time. I know it sounds trivial, but unless you've done it, I'm telling you, it's a really difficult play. Noah Lewis, tough break.
He picked it up at the last minute. He still almost caught it. But 15, 20 minutes from now, as we move from dusk into true night, things could get easier.
Not an issue. And to your point, he finds it because that baseball comes back underneath the lights and becomes visible again.
Ryder Woodson in the air. I mean, this is carrying a long way to the track. Right at the wall. Got a tag from Stallman up to third base. There is some serious pop to right field tonight for the Mississippi State bats.
He doesn't even catch all of his baseball.
That looked like a routine fly.
Reminiscent of maybe Maluski yesterday, where he's just sitting on a changeup away, finds a nice barrel, but back to the track. You see the flags out in right field. No wind at Dudy Noble tonight. Just a bunch of guys who hit their push-ups this morning, I guess.
20 hours extra rest in these Raging Cajuns. Infield in. And a first pitch strike to Kevin Maluski. 3-1 Mississippi State. Cajuns got one back this past half inning with a home run from Lewis. But he just lost one of the lights in center field for a ground rule double.
Infield in, but also shifting to Maluski. That's second baseman Drew Markle hanging out behind Roman. Right side completely vacated, and to me, Maluski's done a better job hitting the ball the other way.
And chases away. Yeah, he had a backside two-strike homer yesterday. That was so impressive. Four RBI already this regional for Maluski. Here's that backside homer.
Look how connected he is. It's a breaking ball down and away. He sinks in the lower half, and again, brute strength, whatever you want to call it. Told Mississippi State radio, he goes, I've been really working on the swing to be quieter with the hands.
Hammers it to left. 5 RBI in the regional. Mississippi State gets that run back in a flash.
Well, this is pretty quiet. He said, Jack, sure, backside is okay. Shift, no worries. Breaking ball in. Instead of taking it the other way like he did last night, see the hands are a little out in front. He's able to burn it through the 6-hole. Maluski enters tonight just hitting .217, but has run into some tough luck this year in XBA, expected batting average of over .270. He's starting to find those gaps.
Chance laying down the bunt down the first baseline, and he's tagged out by LaSalle. That moves Maluski to second, now with 2 gone. You mentioned any offense they get from Maluski's a bonus. The way he's defended, driven in runs, a lot of things are clicking right now for Mississippi State, including this guy, Garrett Fry. Solo homer to lead off the game. A 1 pitch. Slash down the line and a little bit too much tail on it. Into the berm. Oh. Nice effort.
Drink in hand, though, trying to make a play.
Hey, do we see any gloves out there? We had this discussion earlier. I don't see many gloves out there.
See some cold beverages and some delicious food, though.
More drinks. 0-2 on Fry. Chops it right side of the infield's vacated. And Maluski's coming home. Largest lead for Mississippi State tonight.
Oh-2 breaking ball. They shift yet again. And Amade kind of gets hung out in no man's land. Watch, he's gonna go make a play on this baseball. Forgets that Markle shifted up behind the second base bag. And think about this inning, you hate it for Ty Roman. A hustle double on the misplayed fly ball from Noah Lewis from Stallman starts things. And now all of a sudden a squibber 0-2. Credit to Garrett Fry for just putting a ball in play, making something happen.
The Bulldog offense smoking right now. And a strike. Ace Reese at the plate. Rally continues. Hit by a pitch in the third. Reese drives it high into the sky. Lewis at the track. Reese has done it again. He is a superstar. This group is relentless, and Louisiana's got to go to the pen.
His parents named him Ace. They thought he was going to be a pitcher and a dang good one. Should have been slugger. He's 22nd homer of the year in RBI, 71 and 72. Come to the biggest part of the yard. Kylie McDaniels got him as a day one bona fide draft guy. MLB orgs, are you watching? Kid's got the secret sauce, man.
Ace is such a cool name. And his parents gave that to him because they thought he was going to be a star pitcher in baseball. They were pretty close. That's literally why they gave him the name. And he turned out to be a first-round pick at third base. There's just not a bad day in this guy's world. That's what Brian O'Connor said. He truly loves the game. He wants to play it every day. And when you get to pro ball, you are playing every day. So that's what it takes to make the big leagues. Amazing numbers. Him and Landon Harrison, who was ejected earlier today, by the way, for Arizona State. Critical loss for them. The only two with over 20 doubles and 20 homers in college baseball.
The 22. The kid, they say they got to wrestle him out of the cages. He loves to be around the game. He loves being around his teammates. Right before we cut away to the graphic, his Director of Player Development and Scouting, Mike Roberts, told us at practice on Thursday, the kid is delusional. He, in his heart of heart, believes that he's the best hitter on the planet. And after this weekend, I'm not so sure he's not wrong.
J.R. Tolan now on the pitch for Louisiana. His second appearance here in regionals, and just trying to settle things down somehow, but that is very difficult the way that everybody from Mississippi State swinging it. Noah Sullivan fouls it off to start. The third pitcher for Louisiana tonight.
Well, that had some success for a team that loves to lift the baseball like Mississippi State, breaking the single-season home run record. So that sinker slider, 89-90.
Got to keep the ball down the way it's flying out of the yard tonight. 4 home runs for Mississippi State. Appreciate you joining us on SEC Network. Guess what? The inning just ended. It's 7-1 Mississippi State on top of Louisiana. 4 home runs for the Bulldogs so far, as they are 1 game away from Super Regionals. They haven't made it since 2021. Louisiana, they've had their backs against the wall pretty much all season. They win earlier today against Cincinnati, and here they are in a regional final. So glad to have you with us on SEC Network. Jack Kaiser alongside Jack DeLongshaw. Man, Mississippi State's brought the bats today, huh?
Ace Reese, a star shining when the lights are shining brightest. I'll tell you what, man, between he, Parker, and Fry, the 3 homers, these lefties have feasted at the dude tonight.
4 home runs so far. Ace Reese, the latest. It all started with Garrick Fry launching out to right field. They drove Sawyer Pruitt out of the game quick. Everybody was on top of it.
And Fry gives Parker the scouting report and said, hey, if you get a hanging breaking ball, you know what to do with it.
And then it was Ryder Woodson going the opposite way. Everybody getting in on the fun. Noah Lewis, he stopped the momentum for a moment for Louisiana. He made it a 3-1 game, but here's Ace Reese. The launch angle on that homer was 36 degrees. This guy's been unbelievable this season. Had a leadoff home run in the first inning for Mississippi State yesterday. Another one tonight. And on the mound for Mississippi State tonight, Ryan McPherson. Through 3 innings, giving up just 1 run. He is critical, not just tonight, but as far as the national championship hopes for the Bulldogs.
Ryan McPherson, after just making 2 starts a season ago as a freshman, 20 appearances, he was their most used freshman. When O'Connor got the job and saw this guy throw once this fall, he goes, oh, he throws on El Viernes. That's our Friday guy. He's been banged up. A kinesiology major has had to really study his own body this year. A forearm strain, an ankle injury. Just 3 2/3 pitched since March 20th. Why does he make them a national title contender? Well, it was 8 up, 8 down to start tonight, Jack. But it's 95-96. He's touched 99 this year. He is a bona fide big leaguer who loves the big moment.
When you think about the stuff, not just for him, but the underclassmen pitchers on this roster, Kylie McDaniel had a great article about it earlier this week for ESPN. This might be the best accumulation of underclassmen pitching prospects as far as what they could do in the pros that we've ever seen.
Dax Whitney down with Tommy John out at Oregon State, but I'm looking at these two guys. You're telling me it's Valinkas? You're telling me it's McPherson, the righty-lefty duo? I can't. 19, 20 years old.
Serious stuff that Brian O'Connor has kept or brought in his first year as the head coach for Mississippi State. And Valinkas was sensational last night, developing into the ace throughout the year when McPherson went down with injury. Transferring in from Virginia. And a wave and a miss for Amade to start. McPherson back on the horse, his fourth punch out.
He's fallen in love with his fastball. He's shaken to it now 4 times tonight. This is just 95, grooved by a guy that really doesn't strike out, Lee Amade. Their captain hits in the heart of the order for Louisiana. And it's Louisiana by you. 95 to 96 all evening for Ryan McPherson. Fair to say that right arm looks pretty healthy.
How long you been waiting to break that one out?
When the game started.
Colt Brown pops it up. And it's foul. Appreciate you joining us in Starkville. The dude has been on fire all weekend. Friday afternoon game. It was still packed, and of course it's going to be packed at night. 5 long years they've been waiting for a home regional. Now 1 win away from a super regional date with Georgia. Brown right side again. And just shy of the burn. Mississippi State had some great wins early in the season, even in losses to UCLA and Southern Miss. They showed the talent. It's taken them this far. 14 national seed. Georgia taking down Liberty to clinch their spot in Supers. Mississippi State 1 win away from meeting Georgia for a 5th, 6th, maybe 7th time this year out in Athens. 0-4 against the Dogs, though, this year.
No one is less confident in that stat than every fan in Athens. A collision course between the Bulldogs feels almost inevitable.
Foul from Brown. Because all 4 of those games were really tight.
Really good baseball. And by the way, no Ryan McPherson that weekend. And a really huge storyline if you've been watching today. Trey Phelps, the captain, star third baseman for the University of Georgia, and their skipper, Wes Johnson, ejected from that ball game. They will actually miss, barring the appeal process, game 1 of the Supers.
So if everything keeps going to plan for Mississippi State, it has so far tonight, this entire weekend, that's a major break despite going on the road. Haven't had to go too deep into the bullpen as well this weekend. Plenty of days rest before Supers. They take care of business tonight. And McPherson trying to help the cause. 2 straight strikeouts this inning. 5 on the evening.
That's 97. Hardest fastball he's thrown today is just painted. Look how good Maluski is behind the plate, though. Watch him sink in, bring this back into the zone. Little catcher-on-catcher crime. Brown doesn't like the call, but 97, what are you supposed to do with that pitch?
When he's sharp, there's a reason he was the Friday night starter to begin the season. Drew Markle at the plate, 2 outs, nobody on. After a 4 spot from Mississippi State, top half of the inning. That made Markle look silly.
I think this could be his best pitch at the next level. It's that changeup that he throws at 88, 89 miles per hour. That feels sickening to say out loud, and Markle waves right over the top of it.
That one hung over the middle of the plate, and Markle makes him pay. 3rd hit of the game for Louisiana.
See, now that's his favorite secondary pitch. The curveball slider he will tinker with in regards to touch and feel or tunnel. but he hangs a slider out over the heart of the plate at 91 miles per hour. Almost too hard for him, where you lose a lot of that horizontal break where it's not flying across the plate. And Markle able to take advantage of the mistake. 101 through the 6-hole.
If Louisiana's going to hang in, there's 2 outs already, but they need their big boppers to deliver like Donovan LaSalle did last game. Fly out to center in the second. Coming off 2 home runs against Cincinnati. And watches inside. The Oklahoma State transfer bringing all the power for Louisiana this year. Not typically a power hitting team. Although Noah Lewis does have one tonight. Fouled straight back, coming in at 95. Hit a ball 446 feet earlier today, 456 against Texas State in the Sun Belt tournament last week. Trying to lay down the bunt, hits himself in the box for a foul ball. This is why Louisiana got to a regional final. 2 home runs from Donovan LaSalle.
That one went 446. This one 404. Same pitch, same result. He was a 19th round draft pick out of high school. Starts his career at Oak State. He's a Louisiana native to come back and wear this brand across his chest has meant the world to him.
Long pause for McPherson. And LaSalle strikes out. That's 3 for McPherson this inning. Bulldogs needing just this win tonight. Louisiana's got to beat Mississippi State twice to get the regional title. They weren't sure they'd be here just over a month ago. They were 12th in their own conference, going a late season run. 7 games, 6 days in the Sun Belt tournament. That's kind of absurd, but got enough big wins in the process to earn an at-large bid. And they've won back-to-back elimination games against Lipscomb and Cincinnati to get their first date with Mississippi State in Starkville.
SEC fans get it. The Sun Belt, very realistic as well, too. This is a cannibalistic league. They win their last 4 series of the season. That was just to get them in the conference tournament. An RPI north of 60, they have to play a play-in game. They beat Marshall. Matt Degg said, okay, take a deep breath. Now watch my guys go to work. They get all the way to the Sun Belt Championship. 5 Sun Belt teams in the NCAA postseason tournament. Well deserving for a league that is growing year by year.
They've got their hands full tonight. Mississippi State with 4 home runs so far, including 1 from Jacob Parker at the plate. 2 balls, no strikes with J.R. Tollett on the mound. And there's the first strike to the freshman Parker out of Purvis, Mississippi. About 3 hours south of Starkville, not far from the Gulf Coast. Crazy numbers his senior year this past spring. 17 homers. Second in the nation for high schoolers. Waving through. And for those that haven't heard, we touched on it earlier in the weekend. We saw a lot of that, or Mississippi State did, from Parker in the fall. Off-speed breaking balls, couldn't really touch them against Mississippi State's pitching staff his first fall as a freshman. Brian O'Connor, the coaching staff, they work with him to stabilize that front side of the swing, and he's taken off since then.
And clearly the swing not flawed, but what was really prevalent in those conversations was because he was a sway hitter and all of those momentum was out on that front side, it's really helped with pitch recognition where that head stays really quiet and on plane, and he's been able to pick up spin far better.
Fouls that away. The swing decisions have been better. 19th round pick out of high school. He continues to swing it this way. He's going to be drafted really high.
And for whatever reason, I mean, he's hitting the heart of one of the best offenses in the country. It just feels like it's always him in the big moments, and he always delivers.
3-2 again. And he works the walk. Saw it the whole way. Solo home run and a couple of walks tonight. It started with big moment for him against Lipscomb. His first postseason home run out to the plaza. And then in the first inning tonight, his second home run of the first for Mississippi State, going right center. And fans at the Dude remember his game-tying grand slam in the 7th, game 2 of the LSU series. First pitch strike to Vitas Valencius. With Parker at first after his leadoff walk, Mississippi State trying to pile on here in Barry, Louisiana in the middle innings. Parker's been a staple out in right field. Vitas Valencius has kind of been a new addition down the stretch for Mississippi State out and left. In and out of the lineup most of the season, but has become the everyday left fielder late in the year. Squaring to bunt. He'll get it down. Amade on the charge. Got a good arm. That'll move Parker.
Sack bunt, but Vitas, who had his first bunt for a hit all year, just 2 games ago, gets the job done. Not only his brother, but the entire Bulldogs squad will go to pick him up. Every run seems to matter in postseason play.
How cool was it when Vitas was the first to shake his brother's hand when Tomas, who's a pitcher for Mississippi State, one of the best in the country, came out for his start last night. Fun weekend for those two. Fun year overall. This could be fun for Mississippi State. Straight away, Lewis hauls it in. Twisting and turning to the track. And the State fans giving him a round of applause.
Watch the speed turn. Like a free safety, watch him switch the hips right here. That quick move allows him to get to this baseball and pull in one heck of a catch. Not only in the shadow of the center field wall here at Dudy Nova Field, but through the hazy smoke of the barbecue that we can smell from the left field lounge.
It's been going all day. Right in front of the left field lofts. A lot of it originating from just in front of the Lizards out in left field. The OGs out in the rigs. Ryder Woodson up. Home run tonight, takes a strike. I'm sure a lot of these guys who came to Mississippi State for the first time were mesmerized by the scene when they first got to play at the Dude. The rigs, everything out in the outfield. Woodson over shortstop and Rodriguez. He's got some serious hops too. Woodson hit it hard.
Just a mistake out over the heart of the plate. And a young man who has battled through this season. A shortstop, smooth fielding is starting to find the stick. This a hanging slider. He knows what to do with it. A lean out in the left field. Ryder Woodson, 2 for 2 day.
And a snap throw down to first. Woodson scrambles back. Drove in another run for Mississippi State. Up by 7 now. Maluski with an RBI single last inning. It's an interesting formation in the infield with Marco playing up the middle and Rodriguez deep in the hole. Just visually, it feels like there's a lot of space for him to hit.
Talked about a backside homer yesterday from Maluski. Hit through the shift, just an AB a go, so that's why you've seen Blaze Rodriguez slide over from his natural shortstop position, nearly playing in the back pocket of the third baseman, Lee Amade.
3-0 from Tollett. Fair and absolutely smothered by Amade. He makes an on-target throw. A couple of nice plays for Amade at third tonight. One more for Mississippi State. RBI single, Ryder Woodson. Getting close to the Bob Carey pedestrian bridge. Fans walking across the Missouri River to Charles Schwab Field. All starting June 12th, final day of May. We welcome you back to the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. Jack Kaiser, Jack DeLongchamp. Here in Starkville, Mississippi State cruising to a couple of wins over their first 2 games. 10-1 over Lipscomb, 10-5 over Cincinnati. Now up 8-1 on Louisiana. Raging Cajuns played earlier today, beating Cincinnati 8-6, elimination game. They got to beat Mississippi State twice. Not looking good right now on Sunday night. Pitch-com issue with McPherson about to take them out for the 5th inning. Mississippi State wins. They're on to the Supers to play Georgia in Athens. Would be their first in 5 years. Louisiana's played with their backs against the wall basically since late April. One more win wouldn't be surprising, but down 7 in the 5th inning, that would be surprising. Maddox Mandino leading off the fifth. And McPherson throws in 95. Velo's held pretty steady for McPherson. Just his third appearance since a long injury layoff over the heart of the year.
It's predominantly fastball the first time through the lineup, and he throws the fastball about 49% of the time. But tonight it's felt like far higher usage, and I'm not sure if that's just confidence in the heater or maybe still looking for that touch and feel on the breaking ball. See there, maybe overthrows, and when you're coming back from injury, when you really start to let that baseball go, just a good old forcing fastball the way you've gripped it since you were 10 years old. And then you slowly ease yourself into the deep end of the pool. Now I gotta tell you, far easier to do that when you got 97 in the back pocket.
Absolutely. That's up the middle from Mandino. So that's 72 pitches now for McPherson. The bullpen is hot for Mississippi State. McPherson's thrown 78 total since coming back from injury over his last 2 games. He hasn't pitched in a while, a couple of weeks. You wonder how long they'll let him go, because he still is coming off that injury, although he seems to be back to full strength, if not close to it.
Coach O'Connor told us they really treated this like a big league rehab. They were going to work him back in. Fans are excited to see that guy as Jack Bauer warms in the pen. Excited.
That's as hot a velo as you're going to see in the country.
Yeah. All the fans start stirring when 24 warms up. Jack Bauer, if you haven't seen Mississippi State throw this year, just a freshman who has touched 102 miles per hour on the mound.
So Mandino at first, Josh Lim at the plate now as Louisiana tries to get something going against McPherson. You think 95's coming in hot? Wait for triple digits. Ball and a strike. And Lim swings through it.
Nasty changeup. I want to finish the thought on the rehab process for McPherson. Again, it was the strained forearm, then the ankle. He was supposed to pitch in Hoover just a week ago. Mississippi State eliminated a bit too early. He threw a game sim on this field last Saturday. They feel really good about his durability.
Josh Lim strikes out. You could get 5 quality innings out of Ryan McPherson. Giving up just 1 run, you'd feel pretty good about where you stand if this score holds going into Supers next weekend.
Solo shots don't beat you. It was a solo shot off the bat of Noah Lewis in his last AB. They get 7 strikeouts already from McPherson. Rest helped. No rust, no problem.
Got to really commend the effort for Louisiana in this regional. They have battled. Did not start well against Cincinnati this weekend. 12-2 loss. Got blown out. 2 straight wins since then. For a bunch of youngsters like Lewis. They keep this core together. I'll be the first to say you can book Louisiana back in regionals next year.
They keep that young core together. The Teague, one of the better environments, not just mid-major baseball, but all of college baseball. Sunbelt's had a host this year. They had 2 last year. This young core is that good.
After the long pause, McPherson deals low and away.
McPherson, you'll see him dig into the glove right now. He pre-grips changeup. See, he's going to grab, pre-grip, and then when he goes into the glove, it just makes it a little bit easier to find that fastball or breaking ball grip. And right now, he's throwing that changeup with ease. That's back-to-back pitches to start off Lewis in this at-bat with that changeup.
So when he starts with that wide grip, it's easier for him to get his fingers into that correct slot.
Yeah, if he's going to start with a forcing pre-grip, and then he's going to go dig in and try to find the change grip,
Lewis slaps it right side. Stallman can't reach it. Little hit and run action with Mandino.
Baseball stuff. First off, I'm shocked. This is like the first diving effort from Stallman that we have not seen a play made. And instead, Noah Lewis, with Stallman having to hold on, Mandino gets into that 4-hole late. And Matt Daggs in this offense, who's constantly stealing, constantly dropping down bunts with a little hit and run action, perfectly executed.
So now the top of the lineup, third time through against McPherson. First voice crack of the weekend. Wave and a miss, throw through. Tag applied, safe, and a run comes home. Got some small ball working for Louisiana in the fifth.
If you're anything like me, my voice might crack too. I get emotional about baseball stuff. This a thing of beauty. See Blaze Rodriguez sells out. Maluski makes a snap throw, almost forgetting about the runner down at third, and with a 7-run lead, you're like, hey, we're cool sacrificing an out front run, but the speed of Noah Lewis, his 16th bag of the year, but yikes.
Got him going. Lewis trying to anticipate, aggressive on the bases, and McPherson with a nice spin and a calm throw.
So he's vaulting, and he's going first move. I get it. You're trying to be aggressive, but down 6, you just got to be a little bit smarter. With his speed, he's scoring on a base hit to the outfield anyways.
That was close on the tag. Barely brushed him, Ace Reese.
Tagged on the lower back. He'd be able to sneak that oven mitt in, but can't put yourself in that position when you're trying to tackle the beast of a 6-run deficit.
And talk about a bit of a roller coaster for the freshman Lewis tonight with the home run, losing the ball in the lights, executes the hit and run, but then this. He did get him. Two outs, nobody on. Blaze Rodriguez driving it. Come up just shy of the track. One more for Louisiana. Is that it for Ryan McPherson in his first home regional start? Giving up 2 so far. NCAA Baseball Regionals are presented by Capital One. What's in your wallet? Appreciate everyone joining us in Starkville this weekend. Good look at the Bellsmith. Gotta have the custom cowbells. Party Berm squad out in right field. And guess what? We got our own ESPN and everything. And they got the pencil for Jack. Hey. How cool is that tradition to begin with? We were honestly shocked. We did not know we were going to be getting these.
I'll tell you what, man. I had to put the glasses on because I got a bit teary-eyed. To see that brand, the Bell Smith LLCs on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, that was he and his 2 sons who spent last night making Jack Kaiser and I these beautifully handcrafted handbells to remember our time here in Starkville. It's been a special weekend, but I really do feel ingrained into the community culture here, like the hospitality, next level. And these things are beautiful, so go hit up the Bellsmith because these cowbells indubitably rock.
They rock. They make 3,000 of them a year.
Crushes them, makes them in his garage. You got the bad handle. He said he had the pencil laying around for me because he made one for a student who got her degree from Mississippi State in education.
There's a strike. Bryce Chance leading off the inning here in the 6th for Mississippi State. Hey, the pencil touch was so cool for our buddy Jack, the long shot here. Pencil Talk podcast.
It's very touching.
Yeah.
I definitely didn't cry, I promise. Maybe just a little bit.
No, it really is super cool. And Chance takes strike 3. Cowbells won't be ringing there, but they've been ringing a lot tonight.
So let's come in and found some success. Sinker breaking ball mix. Catches the inner third. Great work. Colt Brown stealing that pitch. And he might need to steal a couple more because the top of the lineup for Mississippi State tonight has done their thing.
Got 3 home runs between Fry, Reese, and Parker. Fry led off the game with 1. Swinging away, first pitch against Tollett. One more note of the Cowbells. We will do whatever it takes to fit it in our bags whenever we head home. We will leave behind whatever we need to, because these are sweet. 0-2.
I'll go buy a satchel and make sure it doesn't leave my person. Like I'll have it latched to my body.
So they make everyone custom with a serial code to make sure that it's individualized. We've got a 2026 JK ESPN on here, which is just sweet. 0-2 pitch. Fry, right side of the infield, high hopper, tough play coming in, flip, and he's safe.
Everything going Hale State's way right now, having to dig inside the glove. They show that big shift, whether it be lefty or righty. Garrett Fry, and a nice hustle 90, and he's got an infield single.
Everyone knows what Cowbells are ours tonight, and everybody knows how good of a player Garrett Fry is after tonight. His 3rd hit. Back to Ace Reese. Who takes a first pitch strike from Tollett. This guy was a late bloomer. He grew 5 inches as a sophomore in high school. That's when he started to hit the home runs. Hasn't looked back. You're tall. What are you, 6'4", 6'5"?
6'4". I need a haircut, so looking at 6'6". Got a little Jackie Moon afro rocking right now. It's not great.
No. You're shy of an afro. Reese into the night sky. Severe launch angle on his last home run. This one ends up way short. Kind of difficult for Mark Collins. And there's 2 away.
Rodriguez, Collins, and Lewis, no man's land. A lot of outfield to cover here at Duty Noble. And this guy's tenure, he feels to me one of the more underrated players we have in the SEC. Really maybe in college baseball. It's just such a level of consistency that you rarely see out of the bat of Noah Sullivan.
Got a pickle. Caught in between. Fry will hustle back. No coverage for right now. The tag applied. Tollett able to reach Fry, sprinting back to first base. And that gets Louisiana out of the 6th unscathed. Home runs galore again for Mississippi State. Regional final, 1 win away from Supers. Out comes Jack Bauer, #2 lefty recruit in the country, considered the top freshman on campus according to D1 Baseball, but because he can throw in the triple digits, Jack.
6'4", 195 pounds. The reach is real and allows him to explode downhill and get through the chest of Maluski, his backstop. At times, you've seen these outings a little bit rocky, but this stuff is big time. A fastball that's kissed 102 miles per hour. He'll sit 97, 98. Really excited to see this young man in this arena.
His first pitch comes in at 99 and brushes Mark Collins off the plate. Collins had a nice regional, but 0 for 2 tonight. That comes in at 97. Jack Bauer had the fastest pitch ever by a high schooler at 103 miles an hour. Coming out of Frankfort, Illinois, Lincoln Way East High School. South to Starkville. We've seen 99, 97, and 96 so far. You know the fans are watching the radar gun. We're going to go crazy if it's 100. Squaring a bunt, and that'll go foul.
And Jack, maybe it's showing our age, but when you think about College World Series in the past, when they get Ryan McPherson to deliver what he did tonight, you think about some of those teams that make runs. Obviously in 21, when Mississippi State hoisted their first national championship trophy, they had 2 horses, right? Sims, Bednar, like McPherson and Valinkis at a totally different wrinkle. Now you throw in some of these young guns out of the pen. Scary times in Starkville.
That's inside. Crowd wanted it. 3-2. The bullpen was expected to be the strength for Mississippi State coming into the year. All the talent, including Bauer. Man, this starting rotation with McPherson, like he looked tonight, scary. Down the line, Reese coming in. Sets, throws, just got him. Will there be a challenge?
Do the play at first base. The previous play is under review.
They will review, and they will see this shot, which looks like a bang-bang play and another beautiful stretch. Mike Owens just hurt watching Reed Stallman play baseball. But that stretch is exactly what Ace Reed would need to get out the Speedy Collins on that beautiful 5-3 putout.
I think he's out.
Game of inches. And remember, ruling on the field is he is out. So will they have enough is the question, and to me, it does not appear so.
You get 2 challenges per game, and if you win it, you keep it, but it looks like Louisiana will lose their first of the night.
Got an interview idea for you. Would love a segment interviewing Stallman in the splits. You think you got that in your bag?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Quick look at our operations center here, handling the replays out in Pittsburgh, new to the tournament this year. We got to find out his yoga instructor, man.
I think the crew in Pittsburgh could use that said yoga instructor. First time tournament's ever had this application, and they've been in there all week. Not sure if they've seen the sun or if they've moved their bodies, but we could go for all maybe a little Reed Stallman yoga sesh. Ugh. Back of leather.
Foot still up. He's out.
Before that right cleat finds the front of the bag.
Want to make sure they get it right in a regional final, but that seems pretty conclusive to keep the call on the field, which is out. And would help out Jack Bauer fresh into the game. All smiles for Mississippi State tonight and Ace Reese. Louisiana had to put some game pressure on right away. That was the feeling, but Garrick Fry's solo homer to lead off the game, and this place just erupted.
Loved watching that moment as he went over to Ace Reese and Jacob Parker. Started to detail the arsenal and paid dividends almost immediately.
Call on the field is confirmed. The runner's out. Louisiana loses on challenge. They have 1 remaining.
How good has Reed Stallman been in the infield this regional?
This with 2 outs, saves a run. Deja vu, this with 2 outs, saves a run. Fired up. This late in the game, bases loaded. He knew how big it was, but this stretch, we've seen this all weekend long, all season long from Reed Stallman. The country has been sleeping. We see you. The redshirt senior has loved it with the best of them. And to Coach O'Connor's point, he didn't really pop up on any Gold Glove list. Wasn't a first-team or second-team defender in the SEC. Hand up, we may have missed.
He's showing that so far in the postseason. 96 from Bauer, fouled back by Amadei. It's not the insane heat from Bauer. His first pitch was at 99. He reached 103 in high school.
I'm going to check you. It's still insane.
Well,
to his standards.
what's like slightly below insane? A little crazy? That was nasty. Little slider action. The first strikeout for Jack Bauer in the postseason.
And think of the velocity discrepancy. This is 83. You're geared up for 98, 99, left on left. Your swing out the hand. Then he breaks off this bender. As he grows and he really learns the art of pitching, not necessarily mastering the craft of throwing, I don't know how you hit dudes like this.
This is absolutely crushed by Colt Brown. Left center field. Colt Brown has been on a mission this regional to let the nation know he is a star.
Well, I guess this is how you hit dudes like this. 96, inner third. Watch him clear the hands, though. Took a really similar swing earlier in the week on his first homer of this regional. Now his third goes off a poor fan's leg. 101 miles per hour off the bat, traveling 423 feet. Colt Brown. Hove.
I didn't even expect him to be playing a bunch coming into the year with Jose Torres.
Supposed to be a 3-year starter, Jose Torres. A fan favorite, his face all over the community.
And Colt Brown has burst onto the scene. 3 home runs now here at Starkville this weekend. Still a long way to go for Louisiana, but a little bit of life, down by 5. They have scored the last 2 runs.
8th homer of the year. Now tied for a team high 53 RBIs.
Oh my gosh. Markle out of his shoes on that slider.
Yeah, pitching ninja's gonna have some fun with that one, huh? Check out this depth. Look where it starts. How about where it finishes? Oh. Yeah, he can't help but laugh. They're all laughing.
Yeah, come on.
Like, ooh, that's gonna be on your hoop mixtape.
Baseball's tough enough. Sometimes you just gotta laugh it off.
By the way, this is how tight-knit that core has been all year. Back up against the wall. 6 straight weeks of survival baseball. Yeah, they're allowed to laugh at each other. They've gone through the gauntlet together.
2-2 from Bauer. Colt Brown timed up that fastball perfectly. Strike away from ending the inning. Drew Markle at the plate. On right side, couple of hits off Bauer now. And the second tonight for Drew Markle.
We just take away heater. You're on time. You can set the hack attack and pitching machine up to replicate this. When he's got the slider for a strike, you're in trouble. But right now, what you've seen Colt Brown and Drew Markle do, hey, we're selling out heater. Drew Markle beats the shift. 96 on the way in, 108 miles per hour off the bat the other way. Beautiful piece of hitting.
So now one swing makes it a 3-run game with the top home run hitter for Louisiana at the plate. Still 10 outs to go for the Raging Cajuns.
Talked about hitting triple digits. You look at the last couple outings for Bauer, though. When he's been able to go and give length throughout outings, the fastball is 96 to 97. It can't come out and sustain 100 plus. Not that it's unrealistic, because he's shown he's been able to do it in the past. He's almost found better results when he's a little bit more underneath himself, locating the heater instead of just letting 100 rip right down the middle of the plate. But right now, facing a little bit of adversity here in his first taste of the regional.
Waving a miss through 94 from LaSalle. You mentioned the slider. If he can get it over the plate for a strike, you're in trouble. He hasn't shown it over the plate tonight. It's just been a wipeout pitch. Starting in the strike zone and going down low. The issue is it's hard to pick up if he tunnels it correctly.
The sinker fastball mix, the strike percentage respectively 66%, 65%, the slider at 45%, which is not drastic by any means. You're trying to induce chase out of the zone.
And now Maluski saying, all right, let's settle down. Got the first 2 guys this inning, but a solo home run and a single to follow. Now Matt Deggs takes a timeout to talk to LaSalle. Matt Deggs will shift around the infield and take a lot of offensive timeouts. That's been his style this weekend.
See him pointing. I think the take, even in the take, you can kind of see him out on the front side. And I think what Deggs is doing is saying, hey, I know with this guy with one swing, he makes this baseball game feel a lot more hairy. He's already got 2 homers today, both to center field. And I think what he's saying is, hey, stay within yourself, back on your heels, don't want it on the toes, and continue to utilize the big part of the field. That's where most of his power is.
Fouled off. And LaSalle timed the fastball. He's talking to himself.
You wonder 1-2 count, maybe a slider coming. Markle 15 of 16 in stolen base attempts down at first.
Stays put. It's heat, and it's a strikeout. Ramping up to 98 from Jack Bauer. 24 after 6. It's Mississippi State up by 5. Been a wild week in college baseball. UCLA #1 overall seed. They lose to St. Mary's earlier, and they lose again. St. Mary's knocks out #1 twice on the road. Absolutely stunning. Rock Chalowski projected #1 overall pick. What a magical year for UCLA with a sour ending.
Very reminiscent when you think about the LA Regional to what Tennessee did. This is a team that lost less than double-digit games all year. One of the biggest upsets in the history of the sport. So when you look at the current landscape, a couple teams already clinched their ticket for next week, but a lot of mayhem left to be paid. And if you're a UCLA baseball fan who is the preseason #1 favorite based off of D1 Baseball's polls, they were #1 every week of the season. Don't look now. Southern Cal's up 4-1 on A&M. That would just be an all-time bad day in Westwood, huh?
Brutal. I think everyone's truly shocked by the UCLA result. Their offense just kind of fizzled down the stretch of the season. They kept finding themselves in close games, low-scoring games. But still, they had so much talent. They did have some injuries. But very shocking that they don't get to Omaha and certainly go 1-2 in regionals.
Think about that big board. I know for a lot of you all joining us late, Kentucky and West Virginia. West Virginia, the host in Morgantown, in the 9th, down a trip. Score 5 runs in the 9th, I believe, to win by 2. They forced the game 7 against Kentucky tomorrow. And you think about what Georgia had to do today. If Mississippi State able to take care of business tonight, game 1, Georgia could potentially be without Wes Johnson and Trey Phelps after being ejected today in Athens. College baseball craziness at an all-time high this weekend.
It really has been. It's been amazing. That was Sullivan leading off. And the 2-0 was foul. It's been a fun weekend in Starkville, but compared to some of the other regionals, maybe not as wild.
Well, just right down the road, Southern Miss hosts in Hattiesburg, goes 2-1.
Yep.
All the storylines galore. And Little Rock up 3-0 in the 4th inning right now with a chance to go to a super.
Driven by Sullivan into the gap, rolling to the wall. Noah Sullivan continues to hit. Came into the weekend as the batting average leader for Mississippi State. He is an All-American caliber DH.
And this is an All-American swing. Watch him go down and get it. His 12th double of the year. He guesses wrong. Does he look comfortable when he finds this barrel? Watch the front side collapse a bit, but what's the key? Little guys at home that want to swing the bat at a big-time level, turn on some Noah Sullivan film. Even though he guesses wrong on the pitch, it's slider down, he's sitting heater. Collapsed on the front side. As long as your hand stays stacked on the bat, they fire through the zone. A double at 105 miles per hour, and he does it basically on one leg.
That was a perfect picture of his hand staying back. It appears Hayden Pearson will come into the game for Louisiana now, as Mississippi State looks for insurance. Raging Cajuns have hung around, kind of, trying to keep the lead at 5 in the 7th. They've been battling through a bunch of games over the last couple of weeks. J.R. Tillette's day is done. It's Pearson out of the pen for Louisiana in the 7th. Man on second, nobody up. Set the tone, 10 strikeouts, shutting out Lipscomb over his 6 innings, paving the way for Tomas Valinkis Saturday night. And the ace for Mississippi State delivered 7 1/3 strong. Cincinnati got to him a little bit late, but still deserved that round of applause strolling off. And then Ryan McPherson, big question, how would he look? Coming off the injury, his biggest start since coming back in early May, and he looked sharp for the most part.
The third of the three-headed monster, up to 97 on the fastball, had great touch and feel on the changeup. Felt like as the outing went along, found that breaking ball. 5 innings, 7 Ks, just 5 hits. Gave up 2 earned runs. That guy stepped up in his absence. Tomas Valinkis. Now he's got his buddy back, quite literally running up behind him, giving him a hug and saying, "Can you believe we're gonna get to do this together the rest of the way?"
Well, they're trying to soak in this atmosphere for, if this score holds, the last time this year, too. Because they know if they win, they got to go to Athens. Either way, even if Louisiana wins, final weekend at the Duke. Jacob Parker swinging hard, first pitch from Hayden Pearson, the freshman. Gave up a couple of runs, inning and 2/3 yesterday against Lipscomb.
Making his 26th appearance, he's been really reliable out of the back end for Matt Deggs. A heater that's up to 93, it'll sit 90, 92, and then that slider you just saw Parker wave over is a plus pitch for him. But he does throw that fastball 78% of the time. ride or die with the heater.
Slider again, 1-2. Does Parker have one more big moment in him? Home regional weekend, already 2 home runs. Barely dodges, 2-2. And for those that don't know, his twin brother JoJo, super talented, 8th overall pick by the Blue Jays this last year. He was committed to Mississippi State if he decided to go to college. Parker blisters it down the line. Adding insurance for Mississippi State. Parker motoring and stops at second. Perfect on the night. Homer, 2 walks, now a double.
His 10th double of the year. If he starts hitting left on left spin, you can't get the kid out. An 81-mile-per-hour slider pokes it 103 miles per hour off the bat down into right field as it crashes into the wall. Up against Atkerson Plaza, Jacob Parker. The accolades speak for himself.
Valencius fouls it away. Super talented twins. Jacob, JoJo, really inspired by their dad Joseph as well. And quite the journey in his life as Valencius watches outside. So Jacob's dad Joseph was left paralyzed at 16 years old due to a spinal cord injury playing football. Still went on to be a sitting county court judge. Given his son's a healthy dose of perspective as that bounces away, and Jacob's going to move on to third. Just the way that Joseph lived his life as a lawyer, court judge. He's in a wheelchair, but and the way he's lived his life really inspired his sons. And a quote that has resonated with those two. Joseph said, "You have the ability to choose joy." And that's the foundation that the boys are built off of. Valencius down the line. Parker's going to come in. 10 runs for State. And the first hit for Vito tonight. His brother Tomas enjoying every bit of it. And Jacob's dad Joseph loving it as well.
The boys call him Vito. Well, Vito came in his weekend with just a double on the season. And Big Brother kind of showing it with the hands. I like the pose. I like the fact that he's got 3 doubles already on the weekend better. Past the diving Amade. And this offense just takes on such different life when you fold it out the way that it has. You understand that Reese Sullivan and Parker are going to mash, but they have really found layers in depth in the bottom of this lineup. And with Valencius hitting that 5-hole, oh, buckle up, opposing pitchers.
Strike to Reed Stallman to start part of that added depth. Georgia watching this one closely. Stallman to right field. 3 straight doubles. Stallman could make it 4. He might want a triple. Stallman's going 3. 4 straight extra base hits. relentless from the Dogs.
Listen to this place. Just nearly missing a homer, but his first triple of the season will play two. This is heater away, and he does such a great job of taking a pitch on the outer third and yanking it down the line. 4 extra bases to start the inning, and right now Mississippi State offensively is teeing off. It's starting to look like batting practice at Duty Noble.
Landon Victorian going to be the new pitcher in place of Hayden Pearson. All 3 games regional weekend, double-figure runs for Mississippi State.
Highlights all the big moments.
Get a chance to have some big-time fireworks.
6 to 8 games on the screen at one time.
You're going to be locked in for that.
The season on the line.
Hashtag SqueezePlay. Send us some tweets. Maybe we'll put you on the social wall.
The storybook season will continue.
ESPN, the home for the NCAA college baseball regionals. Around-the-clock multi-game coverage. Make sure to scan the QR code below for all of it. ESPN Plus subscribers can access expanded coverage with Squeeze Play. Appreciate everyone watching Squeeze Play this weekend, bouncing around here in Starkville. Landon Victorian is on. The freshman finds his team down by 8 in the 7th. 4 straight extra base hits to start for Mississippi State, and he inherits a runner on third.
Just the 2nd appearance of his season, and not like you're throwing him into Lion's Den, but a cool opportunity. Infield comes in and get to learn a lot about a young man in these moments, right? Redshirt freshman. One of 19 members of Louisiana Balls Club from the state of Louisiana.
Ryder Woodson at the plate. When we talk about the young core, maybe Victorian's part of that going forward. Assuming Louisiana doesn't come back tonight, season will end with another 40-win year. Plenty of young stars to go forward with. There's a strike. Coaches are always thinking about roster construction, what the next year looks like. Brian O'Connor said he literally takes a binder around with him labeled roster construction. Scribbled notes.
Last year, I had the opportunity to interview Jay Johnson after the College World Series, and they won the World Series, and 25 minutes later, he's on the phone with the recruit.
That's insane, isn't it?
It's a job 365 days a year. They don't get to take a day off.
Wow! In the Starksville sky! Voices are cracking. Mississippi State breaking the seal wide open. A long weekend of offense for the Bulldogs.
If the dude is a rockin', don't come a knockin'. A multi-homer game from Ryder Woodson, and this a colossal shot. His first homer, backside. This.
That was close for Maluski.
Moonshot, man. I'm telling you, the sport's so contagious offensively. You watch these guys get rolling. It's difficult to comprehend the feeling in the box when you're just passing along the torch.
It's 5 straight extra base hits. There's still nobody out in the 7th. Again, this is a team that broke the program home run record this year. The long history of Mississippi State baseball. Got a strike on Maluski.
How do you pitch this offense when your defensive-oriented shortstop has now raised his average close to 25 points?
Waving a miss for the strikeout, first out of the inning.
It's his first multi-homer game of his career. Two-seamer in. Look at the extension on the finish. Think he knew he got it? It's not a bad flip, it's a bad toss. Lean on that thing. All of it's driven on the backside. And this place ain't done yet. They're on their feet.
Because they recognize this moment for Bryce Chance. And Chance pops it up, shallow right field. The 199th career start for the only Mississippi State Bulldog who was on the team 2 years ago. These fans are educated.
Brian O'Connor told us in our meeting getting ready for the week, he said, when I got the job, I received a text. He said, Coach, I dreamed of coming here. I was a walk-on. I want to play in a regional at the Dude.
How about another hit for Garrett Fry? 4 on the day. That is all Bryce Chance dreamed about growing up as a kid. Mississippi State fan his whole life. Never got to experience something like this. A couple of regionals the last 2 years, but now Brian O'Connor comes into the picture. After they got word they were going to host the regional about a week ago, Brian O'Connor texted Bryce Chance and said, I don't forget our first conversation, which was you telling me I just want to play at the Dude regional weekend. Multiple hits for Chance this weekend. Played a good center field. And barring a miracle, his team is moving on to Supers. Feels like these fans are just waiting for a home run every swing now. And that's a strike. Victorian gets Reese looking. Mississippi State bats around. 10-run lead. Extra base hit after extra base hit, starting with Noah Sullivan. Ryder Woodson with a home run. Mississippi State all over Louisiana. Whatever imaginary roof there is on Duty Noble Field has come completely off. Georgia waiting in Super Regionals. Mississippi State right now on their way there. 5 runs in the top of the 7th, 13-3 Bulldogs. On the brink of facing their Bulldog counterparts. This is lifted into left field by Maddox Mandino to lead off the inning. Got Josh Lim coming up, Noah Lewis after him. I mean, this night has just been a celebration of everything that Mississippi State baseball has been building to over the course of the year.
The hot, cold, hot theory is very real. And sometimes for teams that are this talented, you have to face a little adversity to find out who you really are. You look at the 3 weekends, swept twice in a row at home. You get punched in the mouth. You get back up. Well, they have. This team this weekend has been pure dominant.
It was funny talking to Brian O'Connor earlier in the week. You know, we were asking about the program. They've had such a great year. 14 overall seed. Jack Bauer on the mound deals, and that's 100. First triple-digit pitch we've seen from Bauer tonight.
Giddy up. Look how effortless it comes out the hand, though. There's no overthrowing in his game anymore.
They've got all the talent, like Bauer. The offense has been amazing. And Brian O'Connor goes, yeah, you know, we accomplished something this year that nobody's done at Mississippi State in their first year. And we're thinking, okay, he's about to brag about something. Rightfully so. Here's the 1-2. And Lim waves through it. 97 for the strikeout. Brian O'Connor goes, we got swept 2 weekends in a row at home.
Never happened before.
But that was kind of a wake-up call early in the season, right? Georgia was one of those. But now they're peaking at the right time. And if they keep this hot streak going to Athens, they could absolutely beat the Dogs.
And in our sport, there has not been a coach that has had this much postseason success consistently the way that Coach O'Connor has. He's a creature of habit. He had also, I loved how open he got about, you know, at the beginning of my career, everything had to be a certain way. One of the guys that looked like the Yankees were going to attack practice every day. He's molded and adapted with the times. And he allows these guys to let their personalities shine on these grandest of stages. And I think that's why, and what makes him so unique is his ability to be so versatile in the way that he conducts his business, because truly not many have been as successful as he has.
Lewis absolutely smashes this into the gap, over 100 miles an hour. Got a slip in center field from Chance, and Mandino's on to third. All the success for Brian O'Connor over the years, highlighted by a national championship in 2015 with Virginia. It's funny you bring up the Yankees thing. 12, 15 years ago, that's great. 12, 15 years ago, if Noah Sullivan has that mustache, Brian O'Connor's making him shave. Yeah. Got the handlebar going. He's loosened with the times, just like you said. Some people wondered why he moves on from Virginia after so much success there, but the opportunity here at a special place, and he thought it was the right time to maybe make a change just for his family. Brian O'Connor coming out to the mound now. It's like Jack Bauer's day is done. Coach Oak got to be thrilled with the way his team has played all season, but especially this weekend. There's the call. Saw some of the strong stuff for Jack Bauer. Talented freshman, round of applause for him. Mississippi State comfortably up 10 in the regional final.
And that ball's gone. That ball was smoked. Georgia holds on by the narrowest of margins. Out into right field and hit well at the wall. And that ball gone. Home run for Ryan Wynn. And Georgia wins game 2, 3-1. It's that fly ball in the air. Out the left and gone. Home run, Michael O'Shaughnessy. And Georgia has swept Mississippi State in Starkville.
It was real tight here at the Dude. Then, of course, a SEC tournament win for Georgia 10 days ago, 5-3. All 3 games in that series tight. Mississippi State almost rallied game 1 with 7 late runs, but lost that game by 1. Left 13 on base in a low-scoring game 2, then lost in 10 innings game 3. That was part of that dip we talked about, losing back-to-back home weekends, getting swept by Georgia and Tennessee. But now the Dogs on the upswing. Another freshman taking the mound out of the litany of pitchers that they have. Talented young arms, Maddox Miller getting his first regional experience.
Really predominantly a fastball changeup mix, and that changeup nasty. Why they've turned to him time and time again. A heater that'll sit 92 to 94, has touched 96 this year. But he throws that changeup 43% of the time. It's his go-to, it's his put out. He can throw it in many counts. And with Rodriguez at the top of the lineup scorching hot, he's looking for a double play ball.
Upstairs to Blaze Rodriguez, top of the order for Louisiana. They were down 3-1. You're thinking, okay, they're hanging around. And it was 8-3, got a little bit of life at the plate, and then the 5 runs from Mississippi State, top half of this inning. Feels like the nail in the coffin at this point.
And they've done it in different ways. Last night felt like death by 1,000 cuts against Cincinnati, issuing 10 free passes last night. Mississippi State allowed them to give them the free bags. And this place, little eerie, waiting for the big moment. Never really came. They just kind of beat them up all night. Tonight, they slugged them with the best. 13 runs, 15 hits, ton of XBH, like the extra base hits tonight. No cheapies. They went and hunted some barrels.
Garrett Fry set the tone for it. Lead-off home run with Mississippi State as the away team tonight. First strike for Miller. A lot of questions about Mississippi State coming into the year, especially at shortstop and catcher. But the emergence of Ryder Woodson and Kevin Milewski, Woodson the shortstop, Milewski the catcher, transferring in, not playing any SEC ball. Huge help for State down the stretch. Laying down the bunt, Rodriguez. There's going to be no play. Well executed by Blaze Rodriguez to bring in a run.
Perfectly executed bunt. It's right in no man's land. Show you again, Miller, the lefty, falling off to that side. He's thinking Ace Reese is going to come in crashing. Reese waiting for Miller to make a play. Even if he comes in and makes a barehand play with Blaze Rodriguez's speed down the line, he's going to be tough to get.
2 hits tonight. 8 on the weekend for Blaze Rodriguez. It's a bunch of hits, even for 4 games. Showing bunt again, Mark Collins. Everything had to go perfect for Louisiana tonight, and it has not. But still showing a ton of heart.
No such thing as moral victories, but even after losing day 1 against Cincinnati, you're thinking to yourself, I played 7 last week in the Sun Belt Tournament. These guys gotta be gassed. Lipscomb, Cincy again earlier today. Just to get to this game in itself says a lot.
Oh, look out. Over the top.
What's happening?
Did we have a hurdle there?
Go like Mike, little bow wow action, just go right over him?
Yeah. Let's see.
Second errant throw on a back pick, just trying to play a little catch.
Whoa.
Ah, no, that leg didn't get over him. It's like saying Blake Griffin dunked over that car. He dunked over the hood.
Yeah, that doesn't count. Swing and a miss for Collins. Garrick Fry's 6'1" on a good day. He's listed at 6'1", I'll put it that way. I don't think he's jumping over Noah Lewis.
I gotta get him to the Humphrey Coliseum right behind us if he does this fall, huh?
1-2 count. Miller on the mound. Runners on the move. Collins swinging away. Driving back. Chance at the track. He's got it. Runners retreat. And 2 gone.
Mark Collins, another one of those underclassmen, a sophomore who is the 1A state player of the year in his hometown. Dead said it. Glad that he went to the 1A school. Really under-recruited. A blossoming stud in that lineup. He's had a great regional thus far. Tonight an 0 for day, but 2 really loud barrels with nothing to show for it.
And who knows, this might be the last at bat for Lee Amade, the senior out of Gonzales, Louisiana. 2 outs, first and second. Going left side. Amade picks up a hit. Lewis is going to get the wave home, and it's another run for the Raging Cajuns.
And if it is the last at-bat of the career of Lee Amade, hear ye, this kid deserves to play some pro baseball. He's just a professional hitter. The hands, short 2, long through. Middle infield pinch through the middle of the field, and he hits it where they aren't.
Little Tony Gwynn swat.
And he's fired up, man. That's what he's done his entire career. Incredible bat-to-ball hitter. Contact percentage highest on the team. The guy never swings and misses. You mentioned Tony Gwynn. There is a little bit at the swing. Feels unfair to hit him with that comp. But the hands, they got that little violin action rolling for you. But he was actually named to the starting 9 for the Tony Gwynn Award because of the work that he does in the community off the field. A 4-year letter winner. Unfortunately, in the college athletic landscape, he's a little bit of a unicorn.
He could have left, but he wanted to stick around and do his senior year right in Lafayette. And he gets his team to a regional final after missing the tournament last year. So that's the senior on his way out. Here's the freshman emerging, Colt Brown. Home run tonight, 3 on the weekend. As emotional as Matt Deggs is going to be with Amadei, assuming the score holds, playing his final game, going to be equally as excited with Colt Brown. Scoots away, 2 in scoring position here. Eight-run game, 2 outs, bottom 7.
They did the same thing last night against Cincinnati. Cincinnati to Mississippi State, excuse me, where they just kind of hung around. Mississippi State playing with their food a little bit.
It wasn't close, but it was a step from close.
They lose by 5. It never felt like a 5-run game, but who knows with one swing?
Yeah, one swing makes it 13-8, 6 outs to go. And that is not crazy.
I was going to say, you got 7 outs to play with for a team who's thrived with their back up against the wall. That's why the Bulldogs aren't playing around.
Ben Davis had to come in last night because of this exact situation, and he might have to again.
Ben Davis, their back-end bully. If you're watching Mississippi State for their first time, he's been their closer, their setup man.
4-pitch walk. Nice 7th inning for Louisiana, 2 runs so far. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Will they let Miller face Drew Markle?
Outside of LaSalle, Markle swinging one of the hotter bats in this lineup today.
Yeah, Markle did very well against Cincinnati earlier today. Solo home run in the second after Louisiana was down 2-0. Ignited the offense for the Raging Cajuns, helped get them to a regional final. Ryan O'Connor's going to make the move now. Can't mess around with this. You win this one, you got plenty of rest in front. Ben Davis throwing 27 pitches last night. Top pitcher, back end of the bullpen. Coming in with Louisiana, still putting up a fight in the 7th. All right, let's flash back 2014 Lafayette. Louisiana 58 wins that year. Lost the opening game to Jackson State. Win 4 in a row, including the last 2 against Mississippi State. Hosting the Bulldogs in a regional. They came from the losers bracket to take down Mississippi State. They went on to Supers. Also went to Supers the next year. One of the finest seasons in Louisiana history. They were the number 6 national seed that season. They did lose 2 out of 3 against Ole Miss and Supers.
How about that name game? Chase Conrad, 19, saw him score a couple times.
Yeah.
He's a Lafayette native. The Teague, man. It's an electric environment. The Sun Belt's got a couple hidden gems if you're a college baseball junkie. Add it to your bucket list.
This is right at the top as far as the powerhouses of college baseball. And Ben Davis pitching for the 2nd time this weekend. We mentioned right before the break, pitch yesterday, 27 pitches, trying to hold off a late Cincinnati push, attempting to do the same here. Regional final against Louisiana. And Drew Markle will take the first pitch.
Davis juiced up. He yanked a slider at 91.
Down the middle, 95 with all that sinking movement.
The arm side run on this sinker. It's a sinker slider mix if you're watching Ben Davis for the first time.
One, two.
And it's either in on the hands to a righty or just like that slider you saw there, enough to miss bats. He'll throw a cutter too, and it's really just all intent because he throws everything really hard.
Got him swinging. Ben Davis comes in with some thunder. Leaves the bases loaded for Louisiana. On to the 8th, Mississippi State up by 8. Mississippi State 13-5, top of the 8th on top of Louisiana. 4 home runs tonight. Let's listen to our Capital One rewarding performance. I think I left him one short. Counted 5. Oh. 5 home runs tonight, 9 extra base hits. Racked him up in the 7th inning for a 5 spot. Noah Sullivan got the train started with a double. And Mississippi State running away with it.
I could run that package for 2 hours when I go to sleep tonight.
Yeah. The beautiful sound of college baseball pings. And it's Noah Sullivan starting the 8th, just like he did in the 7th. Hard to believe this guy was at USC Upstate a couple of years ago and so quickly developed into one of the best at the DH spot in the country. Got our new pitcher, Cole Flanagan, another freshman. Plenty of freshies out there tonight. Flanagan pitching for the first time in regionals. First time in a few weeks. Sullivan cutting through.
There's 12 innings on the season for Flanagan. He's only surrendered 4 runs during that time. Would you believe it or not, another freshman. See the stuff, fastball 91 to 93, a breaking ball to pair off of it. Young core, freshman throwing 2 freshmen. About how invaluable the lessons that these 2 will take as long as this core stays together.
Sullivan might have another double here. He's gonna go for it. Noah Sullivan is in. Back-to-back doubles. 7th and 8th. Starting the same way.
13th double of the year. Breaking ball from Flanagan. And another barrel from Noah Sullivan. I tell you, it's just a pro's pro in the box. Not sure if it's the stash. Feels like he could file in to be a really cool firefighter tomorrow.
Jacob Parker fouls it off. Noah Sullivan and Vitas Valencias have firefighter written all over them.
Yeah. Sullivan, too, there's a little Goldschmidt to me in the swing.
In what way?
A lot of backside power. The average is nearly the same.
Parker, opposite way. Jacob Parker is unreal. Second homer tonight, third of the weekend. Postseason Parker in full effect at the dude.
Backside, had him last night. It's an Oppo taco. There's that big extension, the hands roll, and look at the finish. Tell me you don't see a little Daniel Murphy in the swing of Jacob Parker. He struggled against lefties this year. That would be the only blemish on the incredible resume of Jacob Parker. Just .213 against him. Starting to figure him out.
Last two innings, got a double and a home run against the lefties. Good luck against this guy as he continues to figure it out.
And he's taking his walks. It's 3 for 3. It's 10 total bases.
Valencia's to right field. Just shy. 6 home runs tonight. Fans wanted a season-high 7th.
Yeah, he knew it. Just nearly missed it. Everything up in the air, especially that right center gap today. Broke the single season home run record. Think about the dogs that they have had play in this uniform. This team in the first year of Oak gets it done.
Stallman up after his RBI triple in the 7th. If they hit like this and get the starting pitching that they've gotten this weekend, that is going to be one heck of a series in Athens.
And what I've loved offensively is they can beat you with the long ball, but they don't have to either. When you get to Omaha, right, not to jump over the super matchup. You get to Omaha, it's a totally different venue, right? The ballpark plays big. Next week in Athens, well, feed the trees. Georgia leads the country in home runs. The ball flies out of that yard as well, too. So they've showed that they can play in a multitude of games and beat you in different ways.
Last night, the perfect example that they don't need the home run against Cincinnati. Lots of walks, singles. 1-2 to Stallman.
Big shift on from Louisiana as they send Markle from third to shallow right.
Last minute, that got away. And Flanagan again. It's really humid out there. You work up a sweat right when you walk up outside.
Sauna weather. Glasses are foggy at 9 a.m.
Yeah. Soupy. Fouled back by Stallman on that high hanger. So who do you like now, national picture-wise? I mean, UCLA's gone. Georgia Tech, Georgia, those are the next two.
UCLA was the #1 team in the country all year. If they had slipped up even a little bit, there's nobody that's played more consistent baseball than outside of the state of Georgia.
And Stallman cuts through it for the second out.
So that's just a really cheap way for me to say I like Tech and Georgia.
Yeah.
To me, when you look at what Georgia Tech has done this year, offensively, blistering numbers. What has been a surprise, though, where they've struggled in the past, #1 ERA in the ACC this year. Now, Georgia going to have a more difficult path to Omaha because Mississippi State looks like they're going to be a real roadblock.
Absolutely. Got Cam Riley coming in for Louisiana.
You know, Ryder Woodson had a tough night at the plate after his first hit, you know, but he'll bounce back tomorrow and be ready to go. But
Coach is a prophet. Ryder Woodson getting it started. One of 6 home runs for Mississippi State tonight. How about 2? Say he was ready to go.
Think that guy knows the game a bit? He didn't even flinch.
He knows the personalities of his guys.
Quick knuckle bump. Said it last night. Well done, Niner.
Now he'll face Cam Riley, another freshman into the game, pitching for the 3rd time all year for Louisiana. So Ryder Woodson up. Already a 2-run homer for Jacob Parker this inning. If Mississippi State gets one more, that would be a season high with 7 for the team. And a 3-burger for Ryder Woodson.
I'll tell you what, though, I love what Matt Deggs is doing right now. He's reaching deep into that roster and allowing some of these youngsters to say, hey, welcome to it. Want to pitch at this level? This is where we expect to be year in and year out. Ryder Woodson, who's had a monster day, might have his hands full because this guy on the mound is a monster on the gridiron, too. Two-way athlete. Cam Riley plays DB for the Raging Cajuns on Saturdays in the fall.
How about that? Getting to play pretty big level football at the Sun Belt, and then get to play here at the Dude end of your freshman season. Baptism by fire.
Well, and a unique combo, right? Usually you see quarterbacks, big throwers, right? Love that Riley DB. I got to see this guy line up in the nickel, line up on the outside, hunt some numbers on Saturday this fall. I'm going to be dialed in now.
Redshirted this past season, but what a year for him. Trying to get this last out in the 8th against Ryder Woodson. Hitters count for a man with 2 home runs tonight. Infield shifted left. Believe it or not, Andrew Herman is getting loose in the bullpen after throwing 98 pitches in the first game today.
Last week he threw 200 pitches across 3 outings in the Sun Belt tournament. After the 3rd, his dad walked up to Coach Deggs and said, Coach, he's got 140 more tomorrow.
Dead serious. Walk from Riley. And just everything that Herman's gone through in his career, bouncing around. Most strikeouts of his career this season. 3 complete games. He's just had a rubber arm. And just wears his heart on his sleeve every time out there.
He's everything that's right about college baseball.
And maybe we'll get to pitch the last inning for Louisiana this year. after going 98 pitches earlier today. Waving a miss for Kevin Maluski.
He's got his glove down there. I'm not so sure Deggs is going to let him, but
yeah,
he's definitely asked.
Woodson will go to second. One more rev. Colt Brown
has been a warrior, and the fear, he's got that old school hockey style mask. He's not even let Coach Deggs look at him. Down 10, 8th inning. Oh, right off the neck. He turns into a hockey goalie, right? He's got every inning, every pitch of the regional. We told you time and time again. This guy's making the 64th start of the season. Louisiana's played more baseball than anybody. He's putting his neck on the line for the Raging Cajuns.
That's one of those few vulnerable spots with the gear. What a season for Colt Brown. Homer tonight. Warrior all season.
Buster Posey, mid-season award nominee.
That's a lot of times getting into that squat behind the plate.
Guy's gonna hibernate for a week when the season's over.
Check the swing. Might have to cool down after this humidity today. Popped up. Foul territory. Brown can't make the catch. There's always a little bit of spin back at the end on those high pop-ups behind home, but they're difficult to judge.
Well, especially for a catcher, anything that's parallel adjacent to the plate, there's so much backspin on this baseball at your top first move. You got to turn your body that way when that ball starts rolling.
He's taking ownership. He's saying, great pitch, I should have caught that. Very difficult, though.
Still probably trying to find his breath, but
Yeah.
to your point, man, it's the kind of leader that they've had all year behind the plate.
2 outs still in the 8th. And a walk.
And maybe, just maybe, for one final time.
New pitcher for Louisiana. Well, you're talking about Jack, Bryce Chance coming to the plate. Long career. The 8th, Mississippi State up 10, regional final. Regionals presented by Capital One. In the 8th, top of the 8th, Mississippi State up by 10. 2 on, 2 out. Bryce Chance, most veteran player for Mississippi State, with a standing ovation in what's expected to be his final at bat at the Duke. Garrett Carter, the new pitcher. Chance watches high. He grew up dreaming of playing at Mississippi State. Came in as a walk-on. Never got a chance to play in a home regional until this weekend, his 5th year. Two balls, no strikes. He remembers going to football games just across the street at Davis Wade. Been through some tough times, a couple of missed NCAA tournaments. His final year, now the Dogs looking like a national title contender. Swinging away, skied to right field, into the corner. That'll do it for the 8th. That might do it for Chance at the Dude. A fine career. He's certainly going to be happy his team is taking care of business in the regional final. Bottom 8 coming. Dream realized, and that a moment Bryce Chance will never forget. Still wiping away tears in center field. How cool is that, man?
He got married this offseason. He was a walk-on. There was no other option. He wanted to play for this school.
Ground ball to third. Reese a clean pick. Safe.
Reese on the backside. Stallman. Where did he get the full split stack go around? Donovan LaSalle. His first hit in the ballgame.
Bryce Chance has seen a lot of baseball at this field. He hasn't seen a team like this. He was waiting to experience this weekend for the first time. And he's going to help his team to a regional championship in front of one of the most passionate fan bases in the sport. He dreamed of just being on the team. And now a round of applause after 199 career starts. Goosebumps off the charts.
These are sentimental tears. His school's changed his life, but he's changed this program. And 6 outs, he'll get to do something that not many have done, and that is dogpile at the dude.
They've been waiting 5 years for it, just before Bryce got here. That was the last one when they won it all in 2021. All the All-Americans, all the talent, a walk-on rising through the program. To earn a moment like that, push his team further into supers. That's a strike from Ben Davis on the mound.
Said it before we went to break, too. What a cool, educated fan base, right? Understanding the moment, living on the edge of their seat with him. That's the loudest we've heard this place all weekend.
Donovan LaSalle is running. It's a walk. Think about everything running through his mind right now. Like an entire career. All the work that he's put in to get to this moment as a kid.
Remember playing wiffle ball in the backyard, hitting a homer off Pops or a buddy, and you're rounding the bases, dreaming of one day doing this?
I mean, we've seen thousands of kids here at the ballpark this weekend. Think of all the ones that dream of doing this, and he actually made it happen.
And this is hard because there's still 6 outs to get, so you're trying to manage you're trying to manage emotion while tempering expectation of, like, I'm going to go big fly in this last at bat in front of all these people. And
right.
It's so difficult because they're up 10, yet you're overcome with all these feelings.
Yeah, that's how I was looking. He's silhouetted up there.
Runner stay put here.
2 pitching changes last inning. You're up 10, and this is your back-end guy. Ben Davis is still in this game, which feels hard to believe somehow.
Yeah, it's gotten a little clunky late. Some more arms just in case. We get a full week of rest ahead for Mississippi State. Lynn fights it off. Three runs over the first 2 innings for Mississippi State. Louisiana got 1 in the 3rd. It's a 2-run game going to the 4th inning, but offense exploding after that for the Bulldogs.
It was the 3rd errant throw on just pitch and catch.
Yeah. There's always something to work on, isn't there?
They work on timing picks. They work on snap throws. There's not a whole lot of catch play that involves just feeding your middle infielder in the chest on a lob.
Foul from Lim.
I was ready.
So many professional at-bats for Louisiana tonight.
Oh, I should have.
I'm all in on this kid. Josh Lim has impressed the heck out of me this weekend.
Looks like a table setter in the future, doesn't he? Roll over, right side. Stallman at first, flip to Davis. Got an out. It's kind of been weird with the bullpen for Mississippi State. The starting pitching's been so good. Offense kind of takes control of the game. We didn't get to see this weekend the bullpen arms in their conventional roles. Like Ben Davis has now pitched in 2 games that have been blowouts at the end.
I think the one thing that probably makes these Mississippi State fans a bit weary about the potential matchup with Georgia next week is at times the pen has struggled during that run. And it's because you're stretched thin without Ryan McPherson in the full, where you're now moving guys out of position, if you will. So more consistent outs from this bullpen, and they become a true, all 3 phases of the game, dominant force.
Foul from Lewis. And it really seems like a pretty simple objective. If they throw it over the plate, they've got the stuff. Yeah. The issue's been walks.
Those 2 guys do that a ton. No one's going to want to face them, whether it be in a Super or in Omaha.
Second and third, 1 out. And Lewis chases. Look back. Easy throw to first. 2 away. A little unconventional, obviously, but a reminder, this is the bottom of the 8th, and Mississippi State is the away team. Up by 10. They'll have one more trip to the plate, and Louisiana will have one more crack at it in the 9th after the 8th finishes. Blaze Rodriguez wrapping up his regional weekend.
Ryder Woodson's making a push for it, but Blaze Rodriguez, to me, he's got first-team all-regional selection at short written all over him.
Between several hits and the best defensive plays from level of difficulty that we've seen, there's a pretty good argument between the 2.
Look at the jersey. How can you not fall in love with a kid that plays the game like that? Has Tide Detergent gotten in on the NIL game yet?
The people at Tide smile every time they see white jerseys in baseball. 2-2.
By the way, elite beauty matchup tonight, by the way. I've waited 8 innings to say that.
First time we've seen the Grays this weekend in Mississippi State.
Pennies are clean.
Yeah. Two outs, 2-2. These fans are waiting to celebrate a final score. It's taken a while at the end. But Mississippi State closing it. High hopper foul.
How can it be? Takes the cutter away, sits on it, and then spoils a 94-mile-per-hour sinker down and in. The 2 web gem plays we saw in the day game against Cincy are going to be in top 10 tonight, but the bat has really grown up this weekend.
Foul. I can see it on t-shirts across Louisiana right now. The Blazing Cajun.
We would trademark that.
That misses to load the bases. It's worth another look at the plays that Blaze Rodriguez made earlier today against Cincinnati. This is the hole. Cheater. And this one going to his left. He'll spin and stumble. One hop.
Yeah, that's a pitching coach giving his shortstop a hug. Thank you. All hail, Blaze Rodriguez. The one through the middle looked just like Bregman to me in the World Series.
A lot of things look better on replay, and I'm glad we showed them again, but if I'm being honest, it was better real time. Like, it was so cool.
Well, and the fact that it happened in one inning. He did it in one inning. With Cincinnati threatening, like they needed those plays.
Right, they were very important. Collins watches strike 2 in a lengthy 8th inning.
But that scorebook, Little Rock, the regional final with Jacksonville State, up 2.
Little Rock doing it again. Ben Davis barely missing again. They've been waiting a while for that final celebration. Mississippi State's just been in control for a while. 2-2. Three-two pitch. It's a ground ball. In play. Reese to first for the final out. Louisiana leaves him stranded. 15-5 going to the final inning in Starkville. The NCAA Baseball Regionals are presented by Capital One. What's in your wallet? That was some elite sunburn right there. Out of the berm. Hot day. They've had their shirts off pretty much since they stormed the gates.
Is there a saying for that? Big hat, no shirt, no problems?
I did not know.
Guy's kind of yoked though. I probably wouldn't wear a shirt either,
he is kind of
being honest.
The big hat's a choice. Helps him stand out. He's always the first one through the gate, too.
He did. You showed it in the open. He sprints in and then he lays down to save space for his buddies. Big hat, great speed, 75 grade. Now watch him selflessly lay down for his teammates. Boys, I got you. I'm saving space.
Plenty of Gatorade tonight. Locked in. 3 hours and 37 minutes later. Final chance to bat at the dude for Mississippi State this year. Unless Louisiana manages 10 in the ninth, the Bulldogs are going to Athens to face Georgia in a super regional. Maybe a 5-hit night for Garrick Fry. Fouls off the pitch from Garrett Carter. It's hard to pinpoint kind of the star performer of the regional, isn't it, for Mississippi State? Too much depth.
And to me, it's the three-headed monster on the mound.
Yeah.
They were suffocating to opposing offenses in this regional where it really, no one stood a shot. Felt close through the first 4 to 5 innings some nights, but those starters didn't leave a chance.
I hit him. Reaching again. For complete coverage of everything happening with the baseball regionals, head to ncaa.com for the latest news, expert insight, and analysis.
Jack, since this is the last time that I'll have the chance to do it, Garrick Fry, HBP, tough as nails. Feels like a swing and miss. Fry. Zach Brown went to his high school. Feels like that could have been a walk-up. Shout out South Forsyth.
Yes. Ace Reese to the plate for probably the final time. And Reese rockets one to center. It is caught by Lewis. 108 miles an hour off the bat of the projected first rounder. And his final game at the Duke. Back-to-back doubles for Noah Sullivan each of the last 2 innings. That's the way to do it now. Got the big fans out. Inside 96.
Flawless flow. Don't need the towel, big fella. Let it fly.
Untuck your jersey, too. Let's get some air up in there. Sullivan to left. 3 hits in as many innings for Noah Sullivan in his final home game. Everybody's ending on a high note.
Kid's a stud, man. Yeah, here.
What's going on?
Oh, no way! That can't be real. At the dude in a 10-run game, a dog pile.
That's at one of the rigs.
An engagement.
I thought they were going to fight for a second. Incredible. Oh, this is going to be incredible, too.
I'm not going to cry, you are.
Andrew Herman threw 98 pitches earlier today. And he's out to finish this thing for Louisiana on the mound. It's pretty crazy that we're talking about a guy who 98 pitches earlier today, and he's about to come back into a game later in the day. Andrew Herman got the start in Louisiana's win over Cincinnati, pitching with guts every time he's out there, and Matt Deggs rewarding his senior with one last chance to toe the rubber. The rubber arm man, leading Division I in pretty much everything you could think of as far as length this year. 98 pitches earlier today. He will pass 100, pitching in 2 games at the Dude on Sunday.
Remember the rubber band man. You ask, the answer, because he can.
He'll pitch to Jacob Parker, 1 out, 2 on. He doesn't hit 90 hardly at all with his fastball, Andrew Herman. Jacob Parker's had himself a night. But he's found a way to be an effective Division I pitcher for a long time. You said it in the first game earlier this day, Jack. He said, I'd die for this team. I would die for each one of these guys, and his arm might fall off after this one. Got Parker to swing through it. Out of Kennesaw, Georgia, Atlanta area. Started his career at Wofford, goes to JUCO. Last 3 years now with Louisiana. Green one. And Parker will lift it out to left field for a base hit. Everybody moving up 90 feet. 4th hit of the night for Jacob Parker.
That feels cruel. Guy started a game 7.5 hours ago. A fillet job out in the left. Just to make the story that much better.
Another senior at the plate for Mississippi State, Vitas Valencius. Feels like we're given a curtain call for basically everybody out there. RBI double in the 7th. Bases juiced against Herman. Still pumping in fastballs after starting the game earlier today. Oh, 2.
This is so awesome. He sits 87, 88 at an 86 mile per hour fastball, and he throws by Vito. Fouls it off the other way in the 0-2 now.
This guy's fearless. He always has been. Throws the breaker. If you let him, he would throw 200 pitches in a day. He threw 200 pitches in a tournament over 3 games, the Sun Belt tournament. You mentioned that earlier today. 1-2. Got the sentimental factor with Herman on the mound for the Cajun fans, and then Valencius, sentimental the other way. His final game here at the Dude. Remarkable season coming from Illinois. Valencius out to left. An exclamation point. Something Tomas and Vito will remember forever.
His last at bat at Duty Noble. The guy who has caught fire the last 3 weeks of the year. He's earned the job on this run to a super regional. Fitting it ends in this manner. Grand old fashioned.
Tomas is chest bumping everybody. Now they get to go home and chat about it with their mother, who's gotten the chance to live with them this year for the first time in college. See their boys play together. After the Grand Slam, it's Blake Beavis, the Ball State transfer, getting his first action of the regional. How many cool moments are we going to have tonight?
And the senior tour continues. You hate it for Herman. Battling his tail off out there. And now the Ball State transfer, who is a top 50 prospect by D1 baseball at the first base position going into the season now with a shot.
From chirp chirp to Hail State, Blake Beavis has taken advantage of the limited time that he's had for Mississippi State this year. Just a tough rotation to crack. That says it all. They used to play miles apart together in Starkville in a weekend that has been spectacular for the both of them. The journey for Vitas has been a little longer through junior college. Going to the Big Ten, now the SEC. Beavis gets a walk.
We're creeping into what do we do territory with a young man who's already had 2 curtain calls.
So you're telling me Bryce Chance, there's a chance that he could come back up again?
If he goes yard, this place is going to come unglued. The helmet's on.
They might rush the field before the game's over. Ryder Woodson wants a 3rd home run. There's only 1 out here. Brian O'Connor's had the same posture the whole game. One ball, 1 strike on Ryder Woodson after Blake Beavis drew a walk in his first plate appearance of the regional for Mississippi State. Closing in on the win and a date with Georgia in Athens for Supers. Hammered foul, 1-2. Feels like the final episode of a series or something where they're just closing the stories of all the characters.
Keep saying goodbye to everybody.
Yeah. How many times can you say goodbye to one person?
A lot of misty eyes at Duty Noble.
That'll stay fair. And out from Amadei.
Really nice play by Amadei. Let us not forget what is happening on the mound either. Remember the blooper into left that allowed for the grand slam. Herman is battling his tail off, man.
No matter the result, it is amazing that he is out there.
It just tells you everything you need to know about the young man.
Another pinch hitter for Mississippi State. Sean James. In place of Kevin Maluski. Bryce Chance is on deck. to the backstop. And Beavis up third. Well, the fans get a second chance to say goodbye to Bryce Chance.
Second, third.
They did it in the outfield. They did it after his final, or what they thought was his final at-bat. There's a strike.
He's now had 2 final at-bats.
Yeah.
He came off the field after the first fly out, and the second, same deal.
Yeah, yeah. These innings keep getting longer. James, high fly ball. That will do it for the top of the ninth. Plenty of curtain calls across the board. Andrew Herman somehow throwing 98 pitches earlier today goes back out there for the final time. Well-deserved hug for Matt Deggs. But Beatus Valencius with a grand slam to cap a masterful offensive night at the Dude. His final home game in college baseball, and his brother soaking it in.
Best 2 out of 3 to decide a championship. It's the Dogs and the Doors.
And they're having a good time tonight.
Dominating performance from Mississippi State. See you later. Oh, Hail State, 9-0. Mississippi State, the national champions.
They're going to party here. They're going to party in Starkville, and they will never forget this moment.
12 trips to the College World Series, earning the right to have an Omaha room, but only one national championship. That was 5 years ago. And Mississippi State hosting its first regional since that season. Will there be another national championship flag for 2026? Up 14, regional final on Louisiana coming to the plate for the final time. And Dane Burns on the mound, pumps in strike one.
The Canadian standing at 6'5", 215 pounds, making his 27th appearance of the year.
Chopper to the left side. Reese, 1 out.
That was the end of a beautiful career for Lee Amadei. Congratulations to him. It has been a pleasure this weekend to watch him continue to lead this group, who has been one of the better stories, frankly, over the last month and a half of the college baseball season.
They have 7 games and 6 days in the Sun Belt tournament. Didn't think they'd be in regionals as of late April, but a bunch of big wins late in the year. And here's Jose Torres. An amazing story himself. Swinging at the first pitch, he's out, but playing on a torn ACL. Jose Torres getting a round of applause.
Torres immigrated to the United States when he was 16 years old from Panama for this dream, the dream of playing college baseball in the United States. Torres ACL just a week before the season. He has become a fan favorite in Lafayette. Didn't give us enough time to brag on him, but so glad that Matt Deggs gave him the chance to go off on his own terms.
It's Drew Markle at the plate. Louisiana has one out left. Bryce Chance in left field. Waiting for the moment he's dreamed about for a long time. Home regional on the brink of supers. Three balls, no strikes. With 2 outs, nobody on. A wild weekend, but Mississippi State has found a way to run away in every game. Dominance at the Dew. That is past Reese into left field. Drew Markle with a late hit, showing the fight for the Ragin' Cajuns, and takes an extra base too.
I guess that makes sense. No beach chair in Louisiana's game. They refuse to fold.
It's really amazing, especially the way this regional started for them. Losing by 10 to Cincinnati just to get here. Stretched them with arms, so many young players. Donovan LaSalle, 2 homers last game, helped get him to this point. Fans are standing, waiting for one more out to send Mississippi State to Super Regionals. (11 o'clock Central Time, midnight Eastern Time. 4 hours of anticipation.
Some of these fans have been here as early as 10 a.m. getting dinner ready. That flag says it all, the dude effect. They just seem to give such a competitive edge in this building.
Three balls, no strikes. Fans want strikes, they want an out. Mississippi State takes down Lipscomb. Cincinnati now up 14 on Louisiana. Georgia waits. And one more walk. Earned by Donovan LaSalle. And one more chance for Maddox Mandino to come to the plate.
Mandino's had himself one heck of a ball game. Reached base safely 3 times, has come around to score twice. They platoon the position, but he's rode this ball game all the way out.
No balls, 1 strike. Some people weren't sure about Mississippi State middle of the season when they get swept by Georgia and Tennessee back-to-back home weekends. a win 9 straight after that. A little bit streaky this year, but the Bulldogs as hot as any team over regional weekend, crushing the competition in Starkville. Louisiana down to its last strike. Dominance at the Dude. For the first time in 5 years, Mississippi State is going to Super Regionals.
No dog pile. A business trip next week, apparently, for Hail State Nation, huh?
All part of the expectations. Now it's on to Georgia. They played 4 times already this year. Georgia got them all 4. But this Mississippi State team's looking a little bit different. This is how they start every game. A fitting way to end it. An electric weekend. A couple of night games for Mississippi State. They win it 19-5 over Louisiana in the regional final. We've enjoyed having you all weekend. Jack Kaiser, Jack DeLongchamp. Mississippi State started hot, 10-1 win over Lipscomb. They didn't look back.
The Dude's got me head bopping, and rightfully so, man. To the tune of a 39-11 run differential this weekend. It was dominance from start to finish. But what really stands out to me, this is a national title contender with Ryan McPherson in the picture. Duke Stoughton was great on Friday, but with him sliding back in that Sunday Game 3 role, with how good the offense is, he broke a single-season home run record. But with those 3 monsters on the mound, McPherson, Malinkus, there's not going to be a team that wants to face them. I know Georgia, they're going to start watching film. Dogs on dogs, it's going to be pure cinema next week in Athens.
They know they're done at the Dude. Fans did their job this weekend. They showed up in droves. Tens of thousands here in Starkville this weekend for a scene that is so unique in college baseball.
Think about what this baseball program means to the area. Ron Polk was up here telling stories all week. The city, the population just over 30,000. This place sits 15. I'll tell you, Jack, there's not much like it. I've been all across the country watching college baseball, but this place, so very different.
Incredible weekend. Absolutely incredible. They call it the best atmosphere in college baseball for a reason. Jack, fun, my man.
An absolute blast, brother.
Our final score, Mississippi State 19, Louisiana 5. For Jack DeLongchamp, our producer, Stephen Kim. Director Michael Ireland, so many awesome crew members. I'm Jack Kaiser. Thank you for joining us all weekend in Starkville. Let's send you to the Auburn Regional. Auburn, Milwaukee.